Seems like the stories here never have a happy ending. Seems like the stories here never have a happy ending. Seems like the stories here never have a happy ending. Seems like the stories here never have a happy ending. Seems like the stories here never have a happy ending. Seems like the stories here never have a happy ending. Seems like the stories here never have a happy ending. Seems like the stories here never have a happy ending. Seems like the stories here never have a happy ending. Seems like the stories here never have a happy ending. Seems like the stories here never have a happy ending. Seems like the stories here never have a happy
Et bon, bien le bonjour à tous, comment allez-vous? J'espère que tout se passe bien pour vous. Et que... Voilà. Moi, c'est fait. Alors j'espère que vous allez bien, vous passez une bonne journée. Moi, ça va super bien. Et encore merci Mo pour les deux subs.
Seems like the stories here never have a happy ending.
Oui, je viens juste de lancer le PC maintenant. Au calme.
Whoa! Now this is fancy! The opera at the Clays. What a place to hold a performance! No wonder Linny and Lynette were looking forward to it.
C'est vrai que c'est beau.
Looks like there's a lot of people standing around the fountain up ahead.
Oh, Archon, please bless.
I don't know why you always feel the...
I guess if there are, kid.
Maybe this is one of the customs and fun.
Vache.
What's wrong?
Vache. Vache.
No, Paimon didn't say anything. Are you?
Welcome to the Fountain of Lucine. All the water...
Lynette! You scared Paimon! When did you get here?
Lenny asked me to wait here for you, remember?
Right.
What do you mean? There are a lot of people here right now.
Hey, you're not trying to scare Paimon, are you? Besides, it's the middle of the day.
I see. In fact, you might not be imagining things at all. I suspect that what you heard is a result of your hypersensitivity to the hydro element. Others in my family have had...
It's because of his sensitivity to the hydro element?
When do you cry, Paimon?
Wait, what? What is that?
Just answer me. When do you cry?
Elle part comme un gros bébé.
When Paimon's really sad? Oh, and when Paimon's super happy.
Then you should understand that tears contain your most intense... Like I just mentioned, The Fountain of Lucine is where all the flowing water in fontaine. So maybe what you heard was the intense emotion coming from someone's tears.
So, what did the voice say? Huh. If you...
Rather than worrying about them, we should worry about my brother first. Don't let that calm look of his fool you. He tends to get pretty nervous just before...
Oh, right. That makes sense.
Attends, Kukudayu. Ça c'est pas Diona là. Bof. Hop, on va voir si ça fait quelque chose là-dedans. Ouais, là, limite, en fait, tu gagnes 70 quoi.
Traveler and Paimon, good to see you. I knew you two would come.
Are you kidding? We wouldn't miss it for the world. We've been looking forward to it.
I can tell, judging by how early you've arrived. But you're actually right on time. The audience still hasn't started entering the venue yet, which means now is the perfect chance for us to take you to the best... The Opera House has assigned seating, so you always have to make reservations. I've already reserved your seats, and here are your tickets.
Ooh, front row seats. Thanks, Lenny.
Don't mention it. There's no need to keep thanking me.
Hey, Lenny! Could you come over here and take a look at this?
Oh, I'll be right there. Seems there's an issue with the stage props over there. That's Cal, my assistant, calling me. I'll go lend him a hand.
Yeah, we'll just go to our seats. You go ahead, Lenny.
Hop. Alors, rendez-vous au bureau. Au bureau. Et... C'est qui l'autre?
Oh, these should be our seats.
Chez Ikea. Chaque vendredi, nous offrons à nos membres du club Ikea Family et Ikea Business Network une réduction de 50% sur tous les plats principaux chauds, sauf notre restaurant suédois. Menu pour enfants inclus. Régale-toi chaque vendredi à des prix imbattables chez Ikea.
Hey, Traveler. Maybe we should strike up a conversation with the person next to us. Since we're sitting together and the... you little...
Excuse me, I did not realize you felt awkward. I am terribly sorry.
Je veux pas
I
rêver.
would be perfectly happy to chat with you if that is what you would like.
Oh, so you heard all of that? Wait, that's not it, Paimon's. Sorry. Paimon's the one who was being rude. Oh, Paimon's got it. You're also here.
A friend, you say? Well, if Mr. Linney would like to be my friend, I would be more than happy to reciprocate.
Oh, so you're not friends with Linny then? Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Fontaine.
It is an honor to meet you two. I have heard of your deeds across Tevat. And as required by proper etiquette, I will also...
Oh, Monsieur Nervillet. What an honor it is to have you here to see my show.
Ah, Mr. Linney. I should say it is in fact an honor for me to see your performance in person.
Wait, Nervillet? Could he be...
I saw you all chatting just now, but it seems you still don't know who Monsieur Nook. Allow me to introduce you to Fontaine's Chief Justice. That seat is always reserved for him. It wouldn't be too much to say that he's the symbol of justice and honesty here in Fontaine.
Ooh, sorry for being so rude just now. Paimon had no idea you were such an important person.
No offense taken. Being Chief Justice is merely what I do for work. Nearly every person has their usual reserved seat, so I'm... And by the way, I should probably let you know, even though I would prefer not... There's someone sitting up there in the VIP seats that has been striking a pose. I believe she is trying to give you a most elegant and impressive first impression. So I think you should take notice of her sooner rather than later. Otherwise, she may become...
Purina.
Huh? Oh, it's Farina, the Hydro Archon. Huh. She sure has a smug and satisfied look on her face. Guess she...
Very good. That is for the best. No need to pay her any more attention. We may now enjoy the show.
Huh? So is this what things are like between the Chief Justice and the High...
All right, please wait just a moment longer. I've pretty much finished my preparations, and the performance will start as soon as the...
Yay! The show is finally about to start! Paimon can hardly wait! Paimon... Ooh! They're dimming the lights! The show must be starting! Sorry. Paimon will try to stick...
Welcome, one and all, to the Opera Epiclese. I am the star of today's show, Linny. And over here is my sister, Lynette, who will be working as my wonderful assistant. Please, let's give her a warm welcome.
Hello, everyone.
I know she may seem to be a little sleepy right now, but that's just a sign that she's nervous.
Whatever.
Now, some of you may be thinking, two vision holders who can freely manipulate elemental powers performing magic is not true magic at all. So, I would like to take a moment to assure you that elemental powers will have nothing to do with what you will witness on the stage today. Both Lynette and myself have removed our visions for the show. That way, even the gods won't be able to help us.
Oh, good point. That's what makes the show real magic.
Now, without further ado, let the show begin. Lynette will now exit the stage to make some preparations. I know you might miss her, but don't worry. She'll be coming right back on stage momentarily. Perhaps in an unexpected way. I'm sure she'll be stealing the spotlight soon enough. Oh, and before I forget, there's one more thing I should say. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. A magician's greatest skill is making things disappear or appear. The possibilities are endless. But this isn't what you came for. These little tricks, you've seen them all before. So it's time for something truly extraordinary, don't you think? This one's a little tricky. Using this water tank, I shall make my sister vanish completely, right before your very eyes. It's actually quite simple. She'll just turn into air bubbles and float right out of the top. Oh no! I told them to check all the props carefully. With the lid on, even air can't escape. An amateur magician would be getting very nervous right around now. Luckily, it's me on stage, so let me show you what a true virtuoso can do. Lynette, are you still there? Don't go too far. We don't want to use up all our magic.
Hi, I'm back.
Uh-huh.
Franchement, j'aime bien. Il est chaud là.
Whoa! What in the world just happened? How did he do that? Carmen didn't seem to do anything. Wasn't Lynette inside the water tank? How did she disappear and then reappear out of nowhere?
Alors...
If we could see easily through his tricks, then that would mean that his skills are still lacking. To appreciate magic, you should focus on the show happening on stage, rather than getting caught up in trying to see that which has been intentionally hidden.
Guess you're right. Paimon couldn't believe her eyes when Lynette reappeared. Amazing!
Thank you everyone. I'm glad you enjoyed that performance. But our magical journey has only just begun. I've prepared even more astonishing surprises for everyone here. The magic of transformation and disappearance can go far beyond what you've just seen. I'm sure many of you are thinking that escaping the water tank was impressive enough. But Lynette is still my assistant after all. In which case, I have ample time to make all necessary preparations. So, for my next trick, I will require the participation of one lucky audience member. Please, if my assistants could bring out the magical boxes now. There are 2 boxes and only 2 boxes. One is here, and one is there in the aisle among the audience. I'm sure many of our clever audience members have already guessed our next magic trick. A swap! Our lucky audience member and I will each enter a magic box. After 1 minute, we will each emerge from the opposite box. Now please, everyone pay very close attention to the box you see here. Don't give me any chance to make a move.
Wow! How's he gonna do this? Hey, do you think this is all magic tricks, or does Lenny have actual superpowers?
The lucky audience member will be generated by this random number selector. It selects numbers entirely at random. Even I don't know who will be chosen to participate. Now then, let's begin. Let me see. Oh, Row 7, seat 3. Congratulations! You now have the chance to experience magic firsthand for an entire minute. Please, come forward. My assistant will take you beside the magic box. I'm sorry, it might be a little cramped inside, but no need to feel nervous. We've carefully arranged everything for you to be as comfortable as possible. You don't need to do anything, but no matter what strange things may happen, don't come out of the box. If the magic is interrupted, who knows where you might end up? You might even find yourself in the Fortress of Meropide.
Oh, okay.
Ah, il est pas sûr d'elle, hein.
All right. Before I enter the magic box, there is one more thing I need to ask the audience to do. Could you all give me a countdown? Like this. 60, 59, 58. Just keep counting down. You can go a little faster or slower if you like. I won't be able to see anything in the pitch black box, so I'll be relying on your voices to know when time is up. Oh, and no tricks now. If you quickly count from 60 in just 30 seconds, then I'll be in a tough spot.
Ooh! Paimon kinda wants to count faster after hearing him say that!
No, that won't do. I can see it in your eyes. You still can't be trusted. Let's practice together. Come on, repeat after me. 60, 59, 58.
60! 59! 58!
That's right, perfect. Keep it going. All right, I'll see you all on the other side once you've finished counting.
54, 53, 52? Huh? Why aren't you counting, Nervalet?
I am counting in my head. I think things are exciting enough in here as it is. Merely a consequence of my identity and personality. Do not worry about me. Just enjoy the show.
Oh, alright. You look so serious that Paimon thought you might be feeling uncomfortable or something. 40! 39! 38!
Mr. Linney, are you all right in there? Is everything ready?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm just double-checking the direction of the magic. It would be a disaster if we get sent to the wrong places. For example, mid-air right above the audience.
Even though he's saying that, Lenny doesn't seem nervous at all.
Mm-hmm.
What was that noise? Did you hear it too? Not sure. Anyway, it doesn't seem like anyone's worried about it. 25! 24! 23!
What's wrong, Mr. Linney? I can still hear you moving in there.
I seem to have accidentally knocked over a decoration. I'm trying to fix it, but it's pitch black in here. I can't tell left from right.
Never mind the decorations. There's no time for that. The show is what's important.
No, that's unacceptable. I want my show to be perfect. Don't worry, we still have 20 seconds. Hear them counting?
19! 18! 17!
It seems things aren't quite going as planned. I apologize, everyone. It feels like you're all starting to count faster, but that's all right. I know it can be tiring to do such a long countdown. 10 seconds and change is still plenty of time.
10!
Almost there now. Whew. Swapping two people is harder work than you might think. Even a master magician like me can't guarantee I'll get it right the first time. Hey, wait! Is this the back one? I can't tell. They both look the same inside. Huh? No, that's not it. I'll try again.
7!
Hey, slow down! Honestly!
5! 4! 3!
Whoops! That doesn't count!
0!
Ta-da!
What happened?
Écoutez votre musique de bien d'autres façons et dans des endroits inédits. Avec
Ah.
Spotify Premium, vous pouvez comment télécharger de la musique pour l'écouter en connexion et comment activer
Is
ou
this
désactiver
part of the
le
show?
répertoire selon votre humeur.
Mr. Lenny, you're going to use magic to fix the stage now, right?
What happened?
Oh no. Maybe this isn't part of the show. The girl was still in that box, right?
This performance is over. Medical staff with me. Guards, secure the scene and detain all the performers. Seal the exits. No one is allowed in or out at this time.
Yes, that's right. If this was just an accident, then we must investigate the cause. But if this was all part of some scheme, then those accountable will not escape the judgment of the God of justice.
No need to be alarmed, you two. We'll get to the bottom of this soon enough. Unfortunately, the person who is in the magic box has been pronounced dead. His name was Cowell, one of the assistants in Linny's magic troupe. Apparently, the fireworks on stage ignited the ropes that were suspending the water tank, which then caused the tank to fall onto the stage. As of now, we are still not sure why we found Cowell in the box, rather than the guest from the audience. And after an initial search of the area, the guards have confirmed that the girl is nowhere to be found. It appears that this incident was not merely some mishap with the performance. And there are many indications that it is connected with the case of the serial disappearances of young women.
The serial disappearances case?
That's the case that Charlotte mentioned before.
I know the truth. I can see through the whole thing. Really, using such a shallow and obvious mystery as his finale. Did he really underestimate us that badly? I say that our powerful magician, Mr. Linny, is now the prime suspect for the serial disappearances case.
Huh? Why me? This whole thing was an accident.
No, this all occurred during your magic show, did it not? The missing girl disappeared after being chosen, did she not? Now that I think about it, that whole speech about magicians making things disappear was nothing more than a provocation, a bald-faced challenge.
That can't be right. How can Lenny do this? He was in the box on the stage the entire time. We can even hear his voice. Besides, before the show, he told us that he would like to catch the criminal behind the disappearances. He couldn't possibly mean catching himself.
Save discussion for a later time, please. Lady Farina, may I assume that your comments just now constitute an accusation against Mr. Linny and his associates, and that you are pressing charges?
I just think that he... Well,
But what Lady Farina said just now makes perfect sense. Looks like she's gonna personally deliver justice.
A kidnapping and murder carried out under the cover of a magic show.
I mean, of course, my dear people. That's right. I mean you, traveler. You'll support Linny, won't you?
Then there's no problem at all. You know, the Traveler and I already had a duel the
Ils ont rien
first
voulu
time we
affronter,
met.
juste.
But with Linny's help, our little duel ended in a draw. But draws really are the most boring possible outcome. So, no more draws. Between the two of us, there must be a clear winner and loser. And what better place to hold such a riveting showdown and decide the true victor?
It wasn't a draw. She obviously lost last time.
I understand. Charges have now been pressed. And, well, Traveler, seems Lady Farina has set you in her sights. But putting her are you willing to act as Mr. Linney's attorney and defend him? Very well. The trial will be held a day from now in the Opera House. Both sides may investigate the scene to build their cases and search for the truth. Linney and his troupe are all potential suspects and shall remain within the Opera House. The audience may begin to leave in an orderly fashion once they have been cleared by the guards.
A day isn't that long. Let's see what kind of case this big shot.
Linny!
Sorry about everything that happened just now.
Of course! Who wouldn't be scared after witnessing an accident like that?
Yeah, I'm a little shaken up myself. How could this happen? And poor Cal. I know you already claimed that you would defend me, but now it's just us talking. Tell me, do you think I could possibly... Good to hear. Thank you so much for trusting me. I'm sure everyone sees me as the biggest suspect at this point. But I don't know whether what happened there on the stage was purely an accident or not. And I don't know why poor Cal was in the box. As for how that girl chosen from the audience could suddenly disappear, I'm afraid I don't have any answers either. If someone tampered with my performance, then we need to figure out what they did. Even a skilled and knowledgeable magician like myself couldn't pull all that off in just 1 minute.
C'est quand même intéressant le sens qu'il donne cette histoire.
Which is precisely why we need to investigate. As this book says, the impossible could not have happened. Whatever happened must have been that which is possible. Paimon bought them when we were reading at the bookshop in the city earlier. Pretty cool,
Oh, to
huh?
be.
Don't worry, Paimon used her own savings to buy them. It wasn't from our travel funds.
I think they look cute on you, Paimon.
Détective Paimon.
Lynette.
That's the right attitude. Feeling depressed isn't going to help me now. I need to get back to my normal self. But with the guards watching our every move, it's going to be especially difficult for Lynette and I to prove our own innocence. Good thing you agreed to be our attorneys. Thanks for that. We'll be counting on you.
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, just leave it to us. Oh, since we're going to start investigating...
Oh, well... I'm afraid that would involve some of our essential...
The secrets behind our magic are past saving, Linny.
I suppose you're right. The truth behind our tricks is going to be important evidence that will be weighted during the trial. 'Tis truly a pity. As a magician, our magic show is a work of art. But if revealing our secrets will help you uncover the truth behind what we should go somewhere else if we're going to discuss our magic tricks. We'll go speak with the guards, and in the meantime...
Alright, let's go have a look while the investigation teams are still here. Detective Paimon is on the case! Hello, officer. How's the investigation going?
I see. You must be the traveler that Lady Farina mentioned. Listen, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I'd avoid getting mixed up in this whirlpool of a mess if I were you.
Huh? What do you mean?
Come with me and you'll see. The deceased is one of Linny's assistants named Cal. Even though he hadn't joined the troupe long, he was hardworking and everyone generally liked him. The assistants are usually in charge of setting up and inspecting the props, as well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowd engaged. As you probably saw when you were in the audience, the water tank suddenly fell and smashed the... This is the real mystery. We've already searched the scene and were unable to find any traces of the girl. However, if you look carefully, the box was positioned directly under the water tank. All these factors lining up so perfectly makes it hard to see this as a mere accident. If anything, the more logical explanation is that the whole incident was intentionally planned, and Linny is the most likely person to have acted.
But he doesn't have a motive!
Are you both good friends of his?
Well, you can't say we're good friends, but...
So in just a short time, he was not only able to win your trust, but even convince you to act as his attorney. I know there's no such thing as magic. The real trick of a magician is holding the audience in the palm of their... I've seen a lot of cases, and I can tell you that people are the least Sorry, I tend to be pretty straightforward. Just know that I'm warning... Anyway, you may investigate the scene of the crime yourselves if you're curious. Who knows, maybe you'll be able to come up with some new evidence.
Attends, quoi? Vous pouvez utiliser le dossier de l'affaire pour consulter l'état actuel de votre collecte de preuves, indices et tiers infos relatifs de cette affaire. Le dossier vous permet également de faire les preuves les zones correspondantes. Ok. Ok. Détective Pouply. Tac 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 tac. On n'a pas le livre, non? Ah si. Lecture. Rapport des gendarmes. Ok. Ok. La corde.
So this is the rope that broke and caused... The rope looks pretty durable. How can it be burned through so quickly by fireworks? Why are you suddenly so serious, Traveler? Whoa. Look! This bit is made... Most of it was burned away, but there's still a little bit of it left. Huh. So if a rope meant to... Wait! Paimon...
Monsieur le policier, il faut qu'on vous...
The investigation team has some...
See, I told you.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're helping Linny and Lynette with their side of the investigation.
You're trying to help them? That'll be...
Linny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his performance, right? The lucky girl that later disappeared. Well, we thought there might be a serious problem with the machine, so we had it taken away for further inspection.
It turns out that the seat number it picked wasn't random at all. The machine picks that same number every time. I'm sure you already know that you have to make a reservation in advance to get a seat, regardless of whether it's a trial or some performance. In other words, Linny knew who would be sitting where from the very beginning.
That much checks out. Linny reserved our seats for us, too.
Bet you see why I was saying it'd be tough to make a case for Linny.
Merci, pardon le dérangement. C'est fait.
Oh, this location has also been. The seats were all booked in advance. So we were. Sure. It's not like this is confidential info. Her name is Halsey. She's a painter from Fontaine who's made a bit of a name for herself. Apparently, she wasn't a regular at the Magic Troop members all claim not to. Simply put, she wasn't related to the Magic Troop at all. Which meant.
Were the victims of previous.
That's how it seems to us.
Okay then.
No need to be so formed. It is of utmost importance.
L'identité de la femme qui a disparu. D'accord. Hey, coucou, Capéo. Comment va, monsieur? Est-ce qu'on doit y aller, là? Ah, si, on peut passer. Ah, ça va, c'est good. Et coucou, comment va, monsieur? Ça ressemble à une boîte ordinaire, mais l'ennemi est prévu de se placer. Ok. Alors, le bonhomme.
I see that you're investigating the area. If you find any new and interesting leads, be sure to share them.
Non, y a pas.
We don't have too many thoughts yet.
Non, j'ai pas encore mis pour ça.
The thud? Oh, you mean the sound that happened?
Yes, exactly. It wasn't terribly loud.
Ça
I
va,
suspect that
merci.
most It's just that everyone was awaiting the
Ça va
results of
bien.
Lenny's trick with bated breath. So no one paid it much mind.
That makes sense.
I'm of the opinion that it may have been
Mais
the
c'est
sound
prévu
of
que je mette
Lenny's
les screamers.
accomplice, Lynette, and when the pyrotechnics went off, she cut the rope, sending the.
Wait, wasn't the noise we heard too loud for that?
Perhaps the balance wasn't right, leading to a particularly rough landing. Oh, that's true.
Ah bah oui, ça m'étonne pas parce que je veux te manger.
I must.
That does remind Paimon though. What was with that sound?
Alors. Ouais, ça, ouais, le banc, je vais le mettre. Ça, c'est sûr.
Lenny's still talking to the guards. It seems he'll have a lot. I think someone will be assigned to monitor us.
Ok, là c'est fait. Ah, pas d'attente. Non. What? Non, pas ici. Là, on a parlé. Ah, peut-être là. Ça m'étonnerait. Non? Ok. Attends. Une question, est-ce qu'on peut monter par là? Non, tu peux pas. Ça marche. Alors, bon travail encore. Merci pour la lurk. Ah, j'ai trouvé un truc. Ah, c'est pour s'asseoir. Effectivement, pour s'asseoir, ouais. Trouver des indices en étant assis. Oui. Je suis pas Colombo non plus. Le truc est pas normal. Quoi? Ah, mais je peux... Ah oui, ok. Bon, bah d'accord, je savais pas qu'on pouvait sortir.
Hey, you! Yes, both
Et
of
encore
you.
bon travail.
Over here. I've been keeping an eye on you for a while now.
Huh? You mean us?
That's right. If I'm not mistaken, you're also among those who wish to cut down the thorns and pursue the truth. Now,
Well, you're right on the more about that one, but who are you?
have you never heard of the Spina di Rosula? From mediating disputes and providing protection to solving conundrums, you name it, Spina di Rosula does it.
En français, ça donne quoi?
Navia,
Ah,
have the honor of being its
voilà.
renowned president.
Merci. Maintenant, on sait que c'est Nabia.
Though
So those who play by our rules call me boss.
I'm Silver, her attendant. Pleased to meet you.
And I'm Melus. Demoiselle's various daily needs and affairs are under my purview.
Huh? Boss? Demoiselle? What gives with the names?
Well, I am the second generation president. Melus and the others are still used to my previous type.
My apologies, Demoiselle. Should you prefer
Oui, alors
boss,
juste
I
pour
will
préciser,
endeavor to use that instead.
Fontaine, ça représente la France.
You don't have to call me boss. Just Navia is fine.
Okay, if you say so. Not that we're members of Spina di Rasula anyway.
All merely trifling details. Never mind, that's right. I've always kept an eye on the serial disappearance cases. My interest stems from a matter back from my judging from the look of things. I find...
Really? We think so too! That's why we're looking for clues now. But how did you come to that conclusion?
Intuition, naturally. Farina sure was quick to point the finger at Linny without any decisive evidence whatsoever, wasn't she? But that's not uncommon for her. If you remember, the Justice had to interrupt her and ask if she was pressing charges just to keep her from... Anyway, a trial begins the moment someone levels charges. And, of course, there was no way Farina was going to back down in that situation.
Sounds more like you just don't trust the
Well, what's your opinion? I must admit that she can be interesting at times.
En même temps, la déesse de l'eau, elle est conne comme je sais pas quoi.
All right, I've answered your question. Now, it's time you
Elle est conne comme une ombre.
Wait a minute, did that answer...
Well, I say it does. But don't worry, you won't hear any pointless questions from me. In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like it's an opera?
Well...
And why would that be? See, Silver and Melus? I told you they'd be different.
Most astute of you, Demoiselle. I too think that the
Et j'y ai,
traveler's
voilà.
response was no matter how wonderful the script or how fervent the audience's expectations may be. The trials, and if that can be done, boss, then...
All right, that's quite enough, Melus. Now, I need to make some preparations, following which our joint investigation...
Wait! Since when did we become assistants?
Oh, well, I can be the assistant, sure. Or your companion, if you like.
That's more like it.
Far be it from me to brag, but I believe that Demoiselle's intuition will be instrumental. You wish to save a friend from false accusations, and we wish to unravel the
You have a point. And what about you over there? What do you think? You seem like you've got something...
I have nothing to add.
Oh, alright.
Bon, bah voilà, ça c'est ça. J'ai rien à ajouter. Ok, next.
We'll be making some preparations first. Just be sure to let...
Aïe aïe aïe. Mais qu'est-ce que j'ai comme bras cassé pour ça? Objectif atteint. Attends, quoi? What?
Sorry, but no one can freely enter or exit the Opera House at the moment.
No, we're not leaving. We're representing Linny and Lynette. Were you always guarding this entrance?
Mais c'est quoi ce truc?
Yes, after the Chief Justice gave the order, everyone coming in or out must undergo a strict inspection.
The fuck?
The missing girl couldn't have left from here. I doubt there was much opportunity then either.
How can you be so sure,
Well, because I was in charge of security near the entrance at that time. I couldn't see Linny's performance from here, which was quite a shame. Just my luck. But still, I did not abandon my post, and I stayed put no matter how loud the applause was. We Melazines are good at that sort of thing, you know.
So, it's safe to say the girl couldn't have left. Alright, thank you for your help. This will be useful info.
Alors là, maintenant.
The performance venue. Paimon wonders how Linny's discussion with the guards is going. Let's go see, shall we? Ooh, things are
Understood. Then I will be going with you. Just so you're aware, I will be monitoring your actions.
Very good. Thanks for being so agreeable. I'd pull a rose out of my hat as a gift for you if I could.
You may spare the pleasantries. I'm just doing my job.
You've arrived. Who's this?
Me? I'm Spina di Rosula's guardian angel. If you've got a problem, I've got the firepower.
C'est une géo, ça.
Sorry, I got a little carried away there. And these are my companions. Would you mind if they join us?
Fine by me.
Oh, new helpers? I would be most grateful.
Well, let's just say we're tagging along. It's not every day you get to
Elle,
see the
c'est une
secrets
personnage
behind
de terre.
magic performed on.
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage.
Huh? Below stage?
Yes, a world of secrets is hidden beneath this magic box. But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here?
En fait, on est en train de trouver le coupable d'un
I'm not trying to be dramatic.
meurtre qu'il y a
Remembering
eu
the details of a
durant le
trick will help
spectacle et
you
le kidnapping
understand the
d'une femme.
Methods used to Weren't there balloons and other decorations here? Where did all that go?
Ah, good eye. That set.
The back? You mean the inside of the door? What's different about it? Paimon didn't notice anything.
Very good indeed. I thought you might not be able to catch that, given that you were. The back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board. So, if you put 2 and 2 together, what do you get? Exactly. All right, let's go. I'll tell you how it works as we head down.
Oh, so there was a passageway under the magic box!
I knew you'd figure out most of it as soon as you saw this place. The 2 magic boxes are positioned right above the 2 entrances of. See this flatbed trolley? The box with the lucky audience member in it would be shuttled over to the other side using the trolley.
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box will face in the right direction.
I see. So...
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience member was put inside and be moved.
So that's how you did it!
Once the box was lowered, the trolley would store some energy through this device here, with which it would complete the rest of it. The audience member would only be able to feel some slight movements in the dark, and by the time she walked out, she would already be back on stage.
Right! You were talking that whole time, and you even
Ah, yes. A phonograph operated by Lynette was used to achieve. My assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand. When the countdown...
And what about Lynette? Where was she?
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the box.
Oh, interesting!
That's how we were able to coordinate Linny's lines with the assistant. And, by the way, I was the one who walked out of the box at the end.
I mean, we are twins. All it takes is a change of clothes and no one can tell who's who. And that's my favorite part of this trick. Only Lynette and I...
So that's how it all worked! Wow!
Lynette would briefly walk out of the box and then go back in, jumping into the tunnel and escaping before the box, and then I walk out of the other box in the audience area, and the trick would be complete. The operative word here being would. But as you saw, Cal was in the box, not our audience member. She, on the other hand, mysteriously vanished.
We really don't know how that happened.
If not for that interlude, this would have been an astonishing trick. I probably never would have figured out how you pulled it off. And yet, to think that someone was able to use this magic trick to commit a crime. Could we have a look around? I think we can come up with some more leads.
This is the scene of the crime, so Linny and Lynette are not permitted to stay here. I'll escort them back up.
Yes, of course. No need to be so strict now. I won't disappear into thin air, you know.
Thanks, everyone. We're counting on you.
Repardonnez-moi, ma maman m'avait appelé. Hop. Donc voilà, bon, ça ils nous disent la boîte à les documents. Donc voilà, ils nous ont donné les documents.
This rope was obvious. Why would it be him? Whoever the...
C'est quoi? Ah, des indices ici. Ok.
Oh, these are the clothes that the lady chosen. Her clothes are here, but she's nowhere to be found.
Right. And this is so confusing. Paimon doesn't want to be a detective anymore.
Donc, on a encore d'autres indices. Là. Ok.
What's this?
Looks like a hook tied to the end of a rope. Huh?
Perhaps it was a prop for a different trick.
Whatever it is.
Mhm.
The floor is wet. Please be careful not to slip.
Speaking of which, why would there be...
Oh, Paimon knows. It's one of those tricks where you pour water and here's a broken vase. Huh.
That can't be. The trolley moves along tracks from start...
Let's note...
C'est comme même pour l'eau, hein.
What is this place?
It seems someone could fit.
Could...
Alone, perhaps. But if they had to pull another person...
But there are no other ways in or out of... Oh, you're right! Let Paimon...
Et après, il nous manque le chariot.
Seems we're just about done investigating down here.
Yes, let's head back up.
Merde. On est à la surface.
Well, we've ascertained the state. Let's find a place to sort of...
Apologies for the wait,
So, what did the guards say? Did the criminal...
They believe the odds of that are very low. The guards have checked the area carefully. No one left through the...
So the tunnels become like a secret...
The plot thickens. Halsey's No wonder Farina was so confident in her accusation.
In other words, the charges are very likely to be upheld unless we make some considerable...
Charges and then trial. So if the charges are upheld, they'll announce us...
That's right. This is how a trial goes in the Opera House. During the proceedings, the Chief Justice and the That's right. This is how indemnitium is produced. The statements from both sides, the defenses from attorneys. To put it simply, it's as if the Oratrice has its own will.
This also precludes any kind of...
Once both sides have been... Then, finally.
Huh? So that machine is the one that actually decides?
In practice, there is very little difference. Both have always come to the same judgment. Which is why... yes, the guards also asked me to convey... Because we've chosen to act as the twins' proxies. That makes us persons relate...
They're concerned that we might be colluding with outside... And even if that were not so...
I'm ready to break out at any time.
Whoa, whoa! There's no need for that! Paimon thinks they have a point!
Of course. I just hope you don't mind the lack of options. I'm afraid that catering to all tastes is not in the cards, nor...
In that case, let's just sort out our findings together here. Pity. I was hoping to take you to I mean, what better way to properly think through our findings than over some...
Huh. Breaking out suddenly doesn't seem like such a bad idea after all. Just kidding, just kidding. Paimon will still do her best, even if there are no snacks.
Hmm? What do you mean, no snacks? Of course we'll have snacks. If we cannot buy some, then we'll simply make...
Huh?
Understood, demoiselle. Everyone, please come with me.
Ils auraient fait le genre français, ça aurait été tellement marrant.
Wait, you're carrying a portable stove with you?
Yes, I must be prepared to meet the demoiselle's baking needs whenever the
I have eggs, sugar, and almonds at the ready.
Good work, you two. Then I'll get to it. Please sit tight.
These three are quite the interesting group. And Paimon thought it smelled good while it was still in the oven. Oh, it's even better now. Paimon can't stop drooling. From the way you had these two guys carrying all that stuff around, Paimon thought you'd have them do more during the baking process, but you ended up doing the entire thing by yourself. Beating the egg whites, grinding almonds.
I was applauding.
And I was giving encouraging smiles.
Paimon was just thinking. Aren't you worried about getting...
Well, I don't think it's carved in stone anywhere that fancy ladies can only read books. Don't underestimate beating egg whites, by the way. It's a real arm workout. You also need to beat them to just the right consistency. Anyway, give these a try. Fresh out of the oven.
Only 3?
Well, eating too many sweet treats might send all that sugar to your head.
Tea is ready to be served as well. This is Demoiselle. No need for concern. I'm merely doing as I should.
D'accord.
All right then. Down to business. As Paimon mentioned previously, the tunnel seems to be something of a secret chamber. However, we can assume that Linny and Lynette were not alone within it. Some criminal also occupied its sealed confines. The magician twins could have committed the crimes, of course, but they lack any logical motive.
Exactly! Why would they do such a thing right when everyone was watching?
The flower vase and the thud we heard during the performance could indicate some altercation between Halsey and the criminal in the tunnel, resulting in the shattering of the vase, the discarding of her clothes, and her abduction. Perhaps the criminal thought that since she was chosen from the crowd, she would be too easy to identify if she was still wearing the same clothes.
Paimon thinks that makes sense, but the real trouble is...
True. None of the clues we found thus far support the existence of this third person. But the only people left to consider are both technically victims. Whether it's the missing girl,
Could Halsey have secretly made...
That's right. And even if she had tampered with the setup, she would need to understand the entire trick to pull it off. Nor does she have any motive. The guards said that she has never had any dealings with the Magic Troop's members.
Were we not thorough enough in our search? From the sound of things, this is turning into an impossible case. Your macarons are amazing though, Navia. They smell great! They're nice and crisp and super sweet!
They are my specialty after all. And I see you've already had 5 of them.
What? 5? Oh, that can't be right. Paimon only counted 3, honest.
Please don't worry about it. At my age, a few less sweets might actually be a good thing.
No. Being greedy is one thing, but Paimon knows how to count. Besides, Paimon knows that if she ate too many, then others wouldn't have enough.
Mhm.
Wait, even you don't believe Paimon? How could you? If Paimon ate those 2 extra macarons, then may they turn into stone in her stomach!
All right, we get it. Well, I suppose one of us might have gotten too engrossed in our chat and eaten them by mistake. No big deal. Malus, set up the stove again if you would.
Huh? What are you doing?
Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons, of course.
Exactly. We don't want to trouble you.
As you wish, demoiselle.
And I have the egg, sugar, and almonds.
Well, this really is your hobby, huh?
Well, that's it for snack time. I'm going to have another look around the area. I don't know what we're looking for yet, but we've still got some time. As attorneys, I suggest the 2 of you think the case over again. It would be awkward if you got all tongue-tied on stage during the trial.
Alright, thanks for your help, and for the snacks.
It was nothing. A small task for the Spina di Rosula. Silver, Malus, it's time to go. I'll be back if I find anything new.
Attendez juste 2 minutes.
Alright, it's time to put our heads together. We've got to get our defense ready for the trial. Oh, it's probably gonna be a long and difficult case. There's no point in worrying about that now. We just need to prepare. Here, take Paimon's notes.
Alors, le procès, il est demain à 8h. On va bien faire avancer le temps.
Happy Friday chez IKEA. Chaque vendredi, nous offrons à nos membres du club IKEA Family et IKEA Business Network une réduction de 50% sur tous les plats principaux chauds, sauf entrecôte, dans notre restaurant suédois. Menu pour enfants inclus. Régale-toi chaque vendredi à des prix imbattables chez IKEA.
Alors, hop, moment, c'est le lieu. Ah, c'est pas le bon lieu. Ah, on peut prendre une photo? C'est vrai que c'est joli, ça a de la gueule. Ah, on a rempli déjà notre quota de mission. Donc une bonne nouvelle pour nous.
What do we do? The whole situation is so confusing. Good plan. Impossible things don't just happen. We'll get to the truth one way or another.
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects Lenny and Lynette, at least we will be supporting them from the stands. Besides, I doubt Farina understands any more about what happened than we do.
Thanks, Navia. Well, we'll be going then.
Best of luck to you.
Ah, finally, you're back. Well, how did your investigation go?
To be honest, you might be disappointed.
No. We're already very grateful that you were willing to help.
Well now, don't you all look disappointed? Don't tell me that your investigation came up empty-handed. That was to be expected, of course. The guilty can never produce proof of their innocence. But don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly disappointed should you, my most anticipated foe, concede so easily.
Since both parties are present, I declare that the trial regarding the magic show incident is now in session. Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes and results of the incident, could we please have Mr. Linney explain the trick?
Yes, of course. I will explain while Lynette demonstrates on stage. All the necessary items have been prepared.
Thank you, Mr. Linney. In that case, I take your statement to be that you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began, and thus could not have committed the crime. Is this correct?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
In that case, I call upon the prosecution. Lady Farina, do you wish to refute his statement in any way?
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Linney is clearly lying. There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cowell. In fact, I'd say you were hardly in that tunnel at all.
That is simply your hypothesis based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
Oh, is that so? And if I may ask, what did you hear while you were inside your box?
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and built anticipation for the finale.
And you didn't hear anything else at all? Nothing that might leave an impression of any kind?
No, nothing.
I see. But when the count reached 30 seconds or so, there was a thud. One so loud that I believe practically everyone heard it.
Huh?
Hey, hang on. Something's not right here.
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise that loud from inside the box.
I was right by the box, and I definitely heard the thud.
Look at those scales. Could those mean...
Well then, gentlemen, ladies, and of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and tell me, aren't you and Lynette actually from the House of the Hearth?
The House of the Hearth?
No wonder they did something like this.
So the serial disappearances were the Fatui's doing. Now it all makes sense.
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage probably...
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do with what happened.
Indeed. Then perhaps you could tell us everything that happened during that 1 minute. Your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure there is little that needs to be kept secret now. Unless your script already has holes in it. The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted? Now comes the infighting and discord, I suppose. This was almost too easy. Good thing I made all those preparations. Seems the all-nighter I pulled last night is really paying off.
Hey, Linny! Why didn't you tell us this before?
Order! Order! Mr. Linney, first, when the thud was heard in the Opera House, you were neither in the box nor the tunnel. Second, you and Ms. Lynette are both members of the House of the Hearth. Are these claims true?
Happy Friday chez IKEA. Chaque vendredi, nous offrons à nos membres du club IKEA Family et IKEA Business Network une réduction de 50%.
Please answer my question, Mr. Linney.
I'm sorry. Yes, they're true, Your Honor.
I knew it!
Well, that's it. We might as well move on to the sentencing already.
What should we do now?
Granted. In that case, what is your request?
Is that really necessary?
The defendant deceived—
Order! Order! Your request is reasonable, and we shall adjourn. This trial will
So you would stick to Mr. Lynn in that case, my dear.
Elle est insupportable.
Well, this is awkward. I didn't think— I'm sorry, Traveler, and—
Yeah.
Paimon just knew it. We based our entire reasoning on the assumption that you weren't bad guys. Not to set the wrong tone or anything, but Paimon's really mad!
I'm very sorry. I know you're angry, and reasonably so, but please, let me explain. I know you've clashed with the Fatui several times before. I wouldn't be surprised if just hearing the word is enough to make you upset. But our organization is very, very large, and the Harbingers have very different personalities and goals.
Right now, we want to save people. As many as we can.
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that its people might face. I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, we could become good friends. That's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you, but chose to hide some details instead. The truth is very important, but being completely transparent about everything would see us spending more effort than we need to. Right. So, you met a Fatus who works as a magician, a trickster by trade. Oh, but still, I'm asking you to trust me.
Sorry. Please.
Well, you both say that, but... Right. Let's hear your answer first, and no luck.
Of course. I'll answer any. We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has a consciousness. Why can it deliver sentences? During our investigations, we learned that the machine's core is beneath it. From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick, with the objective of getting close to the core.
Is that why you needed a whole minute?
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need... So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement.
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnels.
Well, nothing. As soon as I reached that room and was about to investigate, I heard someone's voice. Which should have been impossible, of course. I was quite certain that I was... That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground, but the countdown was almost finished, so there wasn't time to give it any thought. After that, the homicide occurred just as you saw.
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all we can about this nation's secrets in order to deal with that prophesized crisis.
That's the only way we can save everyone.
So, there you have it. The whole truth. I swear, I didn't hide anything from you this time. It was never my wish to proceed under this cloud of mistrust either. But, like I said earlier, you can be the judge. If you want to leave because you don't trust the Fatui, there's nothing I can do to stop you.
GG, les enveloppes mourir KPO.
You decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
Okay.
Thanks for giving us a chance.
Moi je crois que j'ai Lynette.
The scales are tipped pretty badly against you two. If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, we're gonna need a seriously watertight defense.
Mm-hmm.
Huh? Oh, Paimon thinks she gets what you mean.
Là, c'est pas cool parce que de ce que je comprends, bah ils vont perdre hein, le procès.
Both parties have returned to their positions. Let us continue the trial. When last we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may continue...
That took long enough. Now then, if everyone would lend me their attention. At this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linney's perspective.
Ok. C'est l'heure de combattre.
As the countdown began, he entered the tunnel. When the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and got into an altercation with Halsey, which caused the loud thud. He did not realize that this sound could... Finally, he used the vase to knock her out before making her change clothes. At this time, Cowell arrived in the tunnel, having heard that strange noise, and caught Linney red-handed. So Linney proceeded to knock afterward. Linney passed the unconscious Halsey. And there you have it.
Does the defendant's side have any objections to Lady Farina's
The key to refuting Lady Farina is the order of events, what Linny experienced, and what he saw.
Ok. Il y a ici un femme qui s'est gâchée. Attends. Déclaration. Accès à l'opéra. Prétend avoir entendu dans la salle. Ah putain. Non. Ah, purée. Alors c'est laquelle? Tu vas pas me dire. Ok. Quoi? Aucune. Oui, ok, ok. Donc Lenny il est descendu, d'accord.
Seems this won't produce a particular.
Attends.
According to Linny, he left via the vent after entering the tunnel. He couldn't have had that altercation with Halsey. Linny went to the room that contains the Oratrice's core. This.
Comment tu peux?
Linny did not take part in the underground altercation. He only witnessed traces.
Attention! Ace Detective Paimon has something to say! When the countdown started, Linny did indeed go into the tunnel. But he immediately used a vent to access the Opera House basement, which is where the underground core of the Oratrice is stored. Once he reached that area, he heard a voice in what should have been the crime scene had already developed by the time finally he reached the surface. And that was when the accident happened from his point of view. Therefore, he's innocent.
Elle doit tirer la gueule maintenant.
In other words, you believe that he knew nothing of the incident.
That's right!
My reasoning?
If that's the case, then if Carol hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire setup meant to kill? Assuming that what you say is true, Linny only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance case.
Oh, they have a point.
That's right, you tell him! And that's what... Well, your denial is very strident, I'll give you that. Of course I do. If he had been in the magic box... You're saying that he wasn't?
Ah. Ça? Non? Non pertinent, non pertinent. Putain, il y a des trucs non pertinents. Ah, on n'a pas trop d'école trouvé.
That's right! Linny, this means that when the crime happened, the same clue you used to disprove his alibi has now become the best proof! How do you like that?
Well played. To think you'd use such logic. Well then, If it wasn't Linny who committed the crimes, then who was it?
Attends, sélectionnez les réponses et remplissez tous les engagements vides pour vérifier l'exactitude de vos déductions. En cas d'erreur, vous devrez faire une autre sélection parmi les autres options. Une fois que vous avez répondu correctement toutes les questions, vous pouvez compléter la chaîne logique. Les feux d'artifice. Oh mais attends.
Could there have been a third person involved? Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member. The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant.
That can't be. The killer was, in fact, Cowell, the deceased!
Oh, is that so? How in-
What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowell did, and how he went from would-be perpetrator. Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment.
Ok.
Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel, so there must have been some.
Ok.
The sound we heard may have come from a clash, but it would have been tough for both people to. No one entered or left the opera house through it. The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's.
Une déduction correcte? Ah purée.
No one entered or left. No one entered or left the opera house through. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. The sound we heard may have. It would have been tough for both people.
Eh, tu vas bien trouver une?
The
Ok.
deceased's name is No one entered or left. Linny was not in the tunnel. The sound we heard may have. Halsey's clothing was in.
Ok.
The deceased's name is It would have been tough for both. Linny was not in the tunnel.
Ah putain mais...
It would have been tough for both. The sound we heard may have. Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel, so there must have been some fear that she would attract. No one entered or left.
Ah, il y en a un qui est juste.
Linny was not in the
Le jeu est en train d'avoir pitié de moi.
The deceased's name is Halsey's clothing was in.
Bah, c'est quoi alors?
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having trouble figuring things out?
I see.
Look, since we're at a dead end, why not consider, just like the trick as it transpired, the end was.
If only we knew how Halsey disappeared.
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits. And it's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real live person.
Excuse my
If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
Linny was not in the tunnel at the. The sound we heard may have come from the deceased's name is Cow. The vase was not broken.
Paimon gets it! It all comes together if Halsey... Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving only clothes. If there's a similar method where a person could be
Oh, just how could a person ever be transformed into water? This is reality we're talking. Must we really? I should think that of anyone. Your friend magic tricks are ultimately just illusions and
Even so, I trust the travelers. The truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of... Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on it. But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look at his belongings.
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when...
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to be at an impasse, I believe that guards, please step into the lounge and examine the personal effects of the deceased Cowl.
We are still examining the items, but we have already made critical progress that we discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's baggage. The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are... water from the primordial sea.
The primordial sea?
The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs and that he had... The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which the keyword dissolve. One of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday's date. The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely that Halsey was chosen as some sort. As such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is...
You've got to be kidding! People dissolving into water?
Could something so ridiculous actually...
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy, but it's just...
If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? And if Cowell was wait just a minute, could that mean... You
Demoiselle, wait! What about your partners?
Let's go. Just trust me.
Order! Order! It is undeniable that further examination of the deceased... Still, let us assume that these clues are indeed authentic. Guards, please continue examining the item. Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence, so please continue speaking.
Of course. Thank you, Your Honor.
If
we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated
Right! Like the metal hook! That one didn't make sense. Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water from the primordials.
The water from the primordial sea should already have been prepped before Halsey entered the magic.
Okay.
The rope that held the water tank up was... Lynette was in the magic... I remember there was something... Lynette was in the magic box on stage I remember there was... The water from the primordial... Now it seems like the hook... The rope that held the water tank up...
Il y a quelqu'un qui est juste.
The rope that
Ok.
held the water... The deceased's name is... The rope that held the water The water from the primordial... I remember there was...
Ah, il y en a deux qui sont justes. D'accord. Pas plus mal. Ouais.
Lynette was in the magic box on... Now it seems like the hook... Lynette was in the magic...
Aucun qui est juste.
The deceased's name is... Now it seems like the...
It's Ace Detective Paimon's turn! In the original plan, Cowell, when the magic box containing Halsey would would retract gradually, and when the balloon attached to the box popped. Afterward, Cowl would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase but he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel, and wound up being fatally hit by the same water tank he meant to use to cut.
Huh. That does make sense.
That actually links to...
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I think they sound convincing.
Now, it seems like his notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related.
On that note, the guards have just contacted me. I shall now invite him on stage to share it with us.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just and we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea among Linny's personal effects.
What?
That can't be. Oh, does this not clear, my dear citizens? Linny did not need to take part in the having made modifications to the product upon his return, and ultimately he knocked Cowl out. Now, as much as I
Ok, me casse les cacahuètes là, c'est
am
là.
I right?
We've used up all the evidence we collected. There's no way. Is this the end of...
Oh no. Paimon can't think of anything. Seems using the water as new evidence was too good a move.
I think we've all seen enough. I believe this is indeed the... Now then, my good, noble... excuse me, everyone!
Miss, I must ask you not to shout, and to respect the ongoing legal proceedings.
Oh, come on! Don't be hasty!
Direct, calme-toi.
Interrupting, you know. Now, I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who has disappeared back in the flesh. Right, what in the world?
No offense, miss, but miracles like that are beyond my scope as a...
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? It often can... Once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them once again? And wouldn't such a trick be the most... Come on, Linny and Lynette. Give it another go, but as the magic makers and stars of the show...
I understand.
And voila.
Wait, isn't that Halsey? So...
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of doing so would lessen my... I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me. And then before I knew it, she caught me.
That'll teach you to
Where should I begin?
What?
Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian. And I heard that Linny's show was gonna be a real thriller, but I missed the chance to buy. That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there, but I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away.
Hey, no wonder you look familiar. So you were the thief. Liddy even mentioned that you were pretty skilled.
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but then the number selector chose me. He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was. I thought he was onto me for sure. So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee, but then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tunnel to nab me. I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box. There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing performance costumes. I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the opera house.
Can a person even hide in there?
But I swear, I didn't know that. Had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box. I made...
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
This time, we need to tell the...
Parce qu'on est en train de perdre.
The strange sound. The flower. Lillian.
And it's Ace Detective Paimon time! Having been selected out of the blue, Lillian panicked. Her panic only intensified after she entered the tunnel and had water poured on her head. So hearing the commotion, Cowell leapt into the tunnel, only to discover that Lillian... He did not know that Lillian was not from Fontaine, but was a thief who made her way in by stealing, mistakenly believing that the water from the primordial sea needed time to take effect. The two broke the flower vase during the struggle, but Lillian came out on top. With no way of escaping, she changed her clothes and hid in the costume trunk until the performance ended.
Voilà, ça change tout maintenant.
She knew that she would have to go through guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward. So
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So, she swiped 2 of them right under our noses.
at this point, all the events that happened in the tunnel have
So bravo!
Now then, Lady Farina.
I...
Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended.
What are you... No, I have no further...
Wow! Look at that! She's like a deflated...
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall once again repeat the full sequence of the actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowell, selected his next victim with some modifications to the selector. He could ensure that the pre-selected young to cover up any evidence while committing the deed. Cowell thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water left behind. He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause... He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box, and stuck it to the box's lid. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was not from Fontaine, and thus fled the box with a loud noise. Realizing that there was trouble, Cowell entered the tunnel and met Lillian. Thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect, he decided to proceed. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box. Lillian, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other parts of the... As for Linny, he was in the underground structures within the From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that Linny, the accused... While there is much in Linny and Lillian's conduct that should... This case, at least, can be handed over to the oratories to make the final decision. As such, Linny and Lynette are a...
Great work, partners.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Next, I think we deserve an explanation, Guard Vaughn. How did you find the water from the primordial sea?
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake!
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Linny, but you. I'm sure you know what you must do to lessen...
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a one-way ticket to Coupon Town.
I was just we were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny.
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed,
oh, le jeu de mots.
become a liability to said higher ups, yes.
Oh putain, les 3 jeux de mots claqués.
Therefore, you would be
Pardon,
wise
tombe
to
à l'eau.
tell everything you know.
Yes, I'll tell you. Our boss discovered that the water can cause people to dissolve. It can also be made into a potion, which when extremely dilute, we've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent more off it. The disappear-
And now he can no longer talk.
Such ruthlessness.
An outrageous act. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
What?
So, we're just going back now? That's...
Traveler, Paimon! Please wait.
Linny...
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you don't even want to look at me. But still, let me thank you again for defending me to the end. Even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui. I guess. But I didn't approach you with any ulterior motive. As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me. That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
The Knave? The one who controls the House of the Hearth? She's your father?
That's right. And since we're here, back when our parents first died, Lynette and I were left to survive. I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did magic. I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded corner, and we began to perform magic tricks there. To my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying about where our next. Before long, an aristocrat came to me and claimed that he wished to take us in after watching my—
So you went from orphans to nobility just like that?
That was how we felt at first too. As if fate was on our side, but I gradually discovered that while we were called foster, he would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention.
That doesn't seem too bad either.
It took a while for me to realize just how after one particular performance at a banquet, I waited a long time after the answer he gave me was, she caught—
Oh no. So he was... But wouldn't Fontaine's laws...
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin to adoption. I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person, and all I saw was the moonlit ground covered in blood, and the Knave standing there in the darkness.
Attends, mesdames, Sikija.
She'd already taken care of that guy.
That's right. She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm, and had even discovered several girls hidden in a basement. Father, I mean, the Knave, might have seen something in me, and so she made me an offer. The House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours.
C'est qui celle-là?
Here, none will ever betray
Je
you.
la vois pas.
Indeed, betrayal shall never be permitted here. I was hesitant to trust her. I mean, I had just been betrayed by nobles. But she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken us in at first, giving us back our freedom.
Oh, so that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
She has her own plans. She has gained permission from the Tsaritsa to first use the Gnosis' power when she obtains it. She plans—
So, she believes in that prophecy too?
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to combat that crisis. Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some sort of water, thus further supporting the prophecy. Everyone at Hotel Bouffe d'été, including the Knave, has their roots in Fontaine. and we will always defend our homeland. To us orphans, the only connection we have left to this world, apart from our family, is our homeland.
So, from small deeds like distributing magic pockets to huge schemes like stealing a Gnosis, everything is aimed at dealing with that prophecy.
It's all right. I understand. The only thing I can do is relate all this to you. I just hope you can understand that even as a member of the house, I have never stopped making my own decisions, and that I believe what I'm doing is right. If you should need anything at all in the future, feel free to find me. I will do my best to help you, as plain Linny.
Bye, Linny!
Je crois que là c'est quoi? C'est l'acte... Toujours l'acte 1? Oh putain, je crois qu'on était déjà à l'acte 2.
Hey there. What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Were you looking for us, Navia?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to solving the serial disappearances case, though. Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
Besides, are you sure? And given...
Ah, I see. Sorry. I might have been too
Don't say that, Nav.
Aw, and we were having so much fun investigating with you, too. It was like having new waters flowing into a stagnant mire, causing new hope to spring forth, and the reflection in the murk to become clearer. Well, sorry about that. I'm a bit prone to nostalgia. Don't mind me. Wait, shall we have a farewell meal? You know, to commemorate our time as partners?
Huh? Do we really need to get that formal? Well, guess you really did treat us as partners, huh?
Well, I'd just like to have a proper ending to every important memory. That way there are no regrets later. Anyway, it would just be a meal, so it shouldn't take up too much of your time.
You don't have to twist...
Oh, wonderful!
Alright then, let's have our farewell...
Voilà. Quête 1, c'est fait. On va quitter l'opéra. Récolter nos petites récompenses. Là on est à Fontaine donc ça va. On va juste... Ah. D'accord. Voilà. Nous on va se rejoindre là. Non. Où est Catherine? Catherine elle est là. Voilà. Quartier lyonnais. On fait nos petites expéditions. On récolte tout. On les remet. Pour faire plus simple.
Thank you for completing.
On récolte nos petits items. Et on va récolter notre niveau qui a augmenté niveau 44, pardon. Oh. Et nous, ce qu'on a fait, on récolte. Voilà, on va récolter ça. Alors là, on va synthétiser, non. Qu'est-ce qu'on a là? Qu'est-ce que vous vendez? Là, ça ne sert à rien. Ah oui, c'est vrai, on va récolter ce qu'on a gagné. Acte 2 de fontaine. Alors, ce qu'on a fait... Bah là, techniquement... Merde, je suis bête. Oh, c'est pas grave. On a une épée. Et un arc. Ça va. Ah, j'en ai gagné que 40? D'accord. Pour l'instant... Voilà. Pour l'instant, pas plus mal. Ce qu'on a gagné comme personnage. Voilà, c'est elle. Simplement. Mais elle est encore trop faible. Ouais, 70, il faut que je la fasse augmenter, c'est ça. Ah, super. Bon. Ça, je la fais augmenter hors live. Et nous, là, je vais continuer le live, mais je vais faire une légère pause. Parce que je vais manger un peu. Je vous dis juste à plus tard. Et moi, je vais manger. Mais je reviens. Peut-être je vais mettre le petit fond d'écran. Attendez, j'ai encore mieux. Petite pause. Non. Voilà, petite pause. Et on se redit à plus tard.
chaud, sauf entrecôte, dans notre restaurant suédois. Menu pour enfants inclus. Régale-toi chaque vendredi à des prix imbattables chez Ikea.
Can we play banker next time?
Time itself is a silence.
Can we play banker next
Time
time?
itself is a silence.
Can we play banker next time? Next time?
Time itself is a Time itself is a silence.
Can we play banker next time?
Écoutez en toute sérénité. C'est vous qui décidez des prochains titres. Désactivez la lecture aléatoire pour écouter des playlists et des albums du début à la fin, tout en profitant de votre musique sans interruption. Découvrez d'autres façons de rester en immersion avec Spotify Premium. Appuyez sur la bannière pour en savoir plus.
Et me revoilà pour la suite du jeu. Et c'est reparti. Alors, rendez-vous où? Hein?
Huh? Isn't that Charlotte? What could she want with Lapine Polly?
Pretty please, with the cherry on top, I read that a gang of criminals tricked the Gardamex by disguising themselves as blood. I've invested all my savings into graph adversarial technology. I'm begging you like the beggiest beggar.
Okay, I need you. I admire your passion, but I'm afraid I'm not joking. The Blubber Beast incident was a
Oh, pipe sounds like the report, Lapine Pauline.
Funnily enough, but to our surprise, in truth, Gardamex, since we ran that, so I knew this story.
Uh-oh. So Lapine, which means we're not gonna get...
Traveler, Paimon, you're back! I
Hello.
was in the area taking some photos first. She was hoping I could write an art. I unfortunately had to dash her hopes. And I'm afraid all your hard work was in vain too.
This is a new situation for us, too. It's such a pity. It seems like the
Wait, Miss Lapine Pauline?
I'm gonna pick a fight with a Gardamex, head to the Opera Epiclese. That way, I won't have to repay my debts.
It's... Whoa! There's no need to go that far. I mean, come on. Look at you. You wouldn't even dent the Gardamex armor. Actually, instead of going into the technicats... Okay, well, escaping to...
Not anymore. It's not just my savings that are gone. It's my whole future as a graph adversarial... My life is...
Don't despair, Miss Lapine Polly. This prototype you've given me, the camera lens for image recognition sample collection. It's really quite something. The rapid focal length adjustment is a very useful... So your research... Absolutely. So keep calm.
I can't... If this is true, then I can look into setting up a whole camera lens development pipeline. My big ticket orders and billionaire aspirations are still in the cards. Oh, maybe I should consider taking out another loan. That way, I can rapidly improve the lens production.
Come on! Stop daydreaming!
And I can probably speak to some people I know, and there's no time to lose. I need to get to work. Early bird gets the worm.
Can you believe her? Paimon's pretty sure our advice wouldn't work.
It's understandable. But don't you worry. Her research has the potential to benefit the entire journalistic community. I'll give her plenty of input to stop her from going down any rabbit holes, and make sure mass production of her lens can begin as soon as possible.
It's reassuring to know that you'll be looking out for her, Charlotte.
Deux petites minutes. Heureux.
Actually, it takes the right person.
Thanks a lot, Chuck. No bonus, no big.
You're welcome. I got something out of this too. The boundaries between real. Yes, that's how I'll phrase it to the editors.
What? D'accord. Ça se voit que c'est la France. Oh, un TP que j'ai pas débloqué? Ah bah directement, on va le prendre directement. Un pigeon. Ouais, attends, il est où le TP? Là, je fiche pas. Ah d'accord, il est là-haut. Ok. On en a un ici. Très bien. Bon, techniquement, ça nous fait des sous-sous en plus, hein. Qu'est-ce que j'ai gagné? Quoi le truc? Ouais, ok.
I came here several times with my father when I was little, but stopped eating here as often after growing up. I hope the food here will be to your taste.
Oh, don't worry. We haven't eaten at a hotel like this in a while. Paimon's getting excited already.
Ah, in that case, I'll go order for us first. Please wait here a moment.
Ooh, everything looks so good. People in Fontaine sure know how to enjoy life.
course. Go ahead, try whatever you like. If the food's good, I'll make a group reservation for the rest of Spina di Rosula next time.
And if it's not?
Well, then I'll still bring everyone. Albeit with only one dish per table.
You, sure have your own way of doing things. Oh, we called this a farewell meal, but we could also treat it like a victory feast.
Oh, true. Very true.
Huh? Paimon didn't mean that you had to order...
Estomac sur pattes. Ballon de baudruche.
Speaking of cases, do you think that the mastermind behind the serial disappearance...
Well, we've certainly taken a big step forward, but I feel that's about it. We know that there's an organ...
If it hadn't happened right in front of us, Paimon wouldn't have ever believed that a person could be...
Right? Yet it was because this...
Ugh. If only that guy could have finished speaking! We were so close to hearing who...
In such investigations, even the smallest step can seem like... To be honest, I don't have high hopes for any follow-up that the authorities might conduct. It's not that I don't have faith in their ability. It's easy to guard against and deceive a single narrow... Which is exactly why the Spina di Rosula... Those highfalutin folk are not all-knowing.
Seems...
It's all right. Well, this was supposed to be... Let's talk about something else. Like, what are your future plans?
That's true. We didn't have a chance to speak to her after...
I see. So, your primary objective, which has been... I've heard that there's a long line of people waiting to meet Lady Farina. I suspect you'll be waiting for quite a while.
Yeah, we've heard that she's super popular here in Fontaine, and that...
Well, would you consider some more, unique...
Guess that's Spina di Rosula's boss for you. Chock full.
Well, one way would be to infiltrate a performance troupe at the Opera House, only to abandon your act at the play's class. I'm sure Lady Farina would be eager to see the ending, and would agree in order...
Could you suggest something a little more practical? This plan...
Alright, here's another. Find a way to conceal yourselves under her bed. Then, wake her up in the dead of night and demand answers. I can personally testify that this one works. When I'm sleepy, I'll do any...
That might work, but that's not really the problem.
Valid point. I overlooked that part. Alright, no more joking around. Perhaps you could... You did defeat her in court, clearing citizens of hers from false accusations. False accusations she had nearly upheld personally.
You mean that if we catch her while she's on a break, she might be too embarrassed to refuse? Why don't we give it a try after this meal? You know.
Huh? Paimon, did you drink my Fanta?
Was this your drink? Sorry about that. Paimon wasn't really paying attention.
No, it's fine. We're just about done here.
Alright. Honestly, Paimon wouldn't recommend Fanta anyway. It tastes kind of salty and icky.
Is that so? Huh. If we're all finished eating, then I'll go pay.
Yeah, we're stuffed.
Attends, il y a un truc qui est pas normal. Pas une boisson sucrée, ça, normalement, qui doit être bien.
Paimon can barely float anymore. Nah, that would be so... normal.
Sale peste, va.
Okay. As for expenses this month...
Hey, Navia! What are you doing?
Oh, nothing. It was just a meal, you know? Nothing the Spina di Rosula can't cover.
Let's get ready to try to meet the Hydro...
So this is goodbye, huh? Well, if you do encounter any other trouble in in any case, I wish you smooth sailing.
See ya!
Franchement, j'aime bien Fontaine. Des quêtes. À 900 mètres, faut que je retourne à l'opéra. Oi oi oi. Pas bonne, je crois. Mais c'est vachement beau quand même.
There aren't many people around anymore. Looks like that boat we took to Araneas might have been the last one.
Vache.
Looks like we're back here again. Huh? Traveler? Are you hearing voices again? Ugh. That's kinda spooky.
Vache? Vache.
Hey, why are you still walking towards it? There might be some... Huh? Hang on. Paimon can kinda hear a voice. It's calling for... Vache. Hey, Traveler? Stop walking! Come on, wake up!
Vache, are you my dear Vache? No, wait. You seem to be someone else. Do you know if I'm... Wait. My memories feel like they have been washed away like a flood. So many... How much have I lost? How many things that I once held dear while on land have I sent? Yes, that is what I was once. But now... I am but the... I do not know how I came to be like this either. I only vaguely remember being covered in light blue water. I also remember going to many places. I loved adventure. No matter where I went, Vache would go with me. I knew... But now... We can... No! Our reunion no longer has any meaning. The thought of me gives him no succor. If you meet Vache, tell him not to look for me. Tell him to move. Perhaps that is so. As I was submerged in the waters, losing consciousness. If only I could have comforted him. Told him that I did not suffer. Is that what you call it? Dissolving. It was a state of neither fear nor frenzy, with only an endless... I could also liken it to being a thirsty person who drinks water for the first time, and only then sees how they have lived for so long in a world of endless want and anxiety. I think I hear your companion. It's time for you to go, I think. Farewell, then. I am glad that you were able to sense my presence.
Là, ça devient intéressant.
Demoiselle, look out!
Dear God, it's a whole army of Gardamex. Chlorand?
Allez, c'est les...
Quick, now's our chance! I should thank you for lending us your sword there, Chlorand. But before I do so, could you explain how you managed to show up here?
I followed you. It seemed to me that danger has followed you more closely as of late.
I believe that following someone without their knowledge is actually called stalking. Is it not?
Mr. Callus's last wish was for me to ensure—
Do not speak of my father!
Sorry, demoiselle. I was not strong enough.
Thank you for your aid, Miss Clorand, but do keep an eye out for your manner of speech. I believe we all—
Sorry, I did not—
Whatever. What else do you know?
I doubt I know much more than you. But I believe that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances is very powerful. Your performance tonight will almost certainly attract their attention.
Huh. I'm sure they've known about me. To be honest, I'm shocked it's taken them this long to act against me. And what about these Gardamex? I thought only those associated with the Maison Gardiennage could control them.
None of these mecha have serial numbers. I was sure to check a moment ago. I can only conclude that some—
What? Your point being that they're out of—
Yes. Be careful, and do—
I will continue investigating, no matter what. Regardless, thank you for your help today, Clorand.
I do not think that they'll strike again anytime soon.
Right. I suppose that's the best news we've—
Demoiselle, I believe that Miss Clorand was being sincere.
I know, I just— She's—
Oh, thank goodness! Paimon thought we were— Those Gardamex came out of nowhere while you were unconscious, and Nadia and her gang saved us! Oh, and there was that champion duelist named Clorand who came out to save us too! We got lucky there. Paimon probably couldn't have—
Oh, come now. Forget all that polite talk. That wasn't really a farewell meal. As such, we're still partners. There's no need to—
It will take 50 years for me to match Demoiselle's magnanimity.
If it were me, I would have joined.
All right.
Actually, Navia, how did you know that we were in danger? You sure—
Well, to be honest, you're the one who tipped—
Huh? Really?
Yes. All thanks to you grabbing my drink by mistake.
How did that happen?
After we parted ways, I was on the way back to one of our bases when I suddenly— that the Fanta tasted kinda salty and icky. Fanta only comes in sweet flavors. So how could it have tasted salty?
So the Fanta had been spiked with water from the primordial sea?
Yes. So if you had it—
Spina di Rosula is preparing the grandest of awards for you as we speak.
Huh. Really?
I sent people to Hotel de Boer to investigate. But whoever did this left— That's when I figured out that you might be in danger and hurried here as quickly as—
What? Why would they go after us too? All we did was defend Linny—
Well, you did foil a plan that they were probably pretty proud of, and almost got their name— Speaking of which, did anything strange—
Well, it can't be a coincidence that the Traveler fainted just now. Oh, and this time Paimon heard it too! But it was real faint. Does that mean the primordial seawater raises someone's sensitivity to—
That doesn't sound like too much of a bad thing, to be honest.
New intel? While you—
Well, let's hear it, shall we? Oh, that— Vache. That name doesn't ring a bell. Since he saw that young woman dissolve, but he never gave testimony or any information regarding people— Yes, thank you. Oh, you mean you'll help us investigate?
Well, you did say that our farewell meal didn't really count. That means we're— And besides, we're in this now whether we like it or not. You're not gonna let those people who targeted us get off the hook so easily, are you, Traveler?
Demoiselle, do try not to look quite so pleased. You are the face—
You talk too much. Well, in that case, let's head back to one of our bases. We also have some plans to go over, and—
Don't worry, you two. With us around...
Mais je pige pas en fait pourquoi ils nous attaquaient en fait. Parce que là en fait on s'est fait attaquer par des robots. Et là quand même on l'a vite senti passer l'attaque. Hein. Alors pourquoi on sait pas. Et bon. Ah mince, j'ai oublié de retirer le petite pause. Donc comme je disais, en fait on sait pas d'où ça vient l'attaque et tout. Des fruits, des pommes.
It's right up ahead, but
I've been keeping watch, demoiselle. I haven't spotted anyone.
very good.
I shall find rooms for...
Thank you, Maloose. Now,
Donc il faut qu'on se rend là-bas. Ok. C'est sérieux, je te fous de ma gueule là? Il me dit cool là. Là je piche pas. Où il m'amène. Mi. D'accord. Qu'est-ce qu'il vend lui? Ouais, en gros, il achète. En gros, on a pour les 3 jours les items. Ah non, tous les... Non, non, on court un petit peu plus. Mais qu'est-ce qu'il m'a dit là, là? D'accord. On examine, on se va. YOLO. Ah ouais, t'es malin après. Hein. Bienvenue dans les catacombes de Paris. Bonjour monsieur. Ah non. Ok. Ah tu peux passer par là. Ah ça c'est cool ça. Ok, tu peux pas monter. Ok. Ça c'est quoi ça? Ah, la zone de TP est là. Ok. Tu vois, ça, je savais pas en fait qu'on avait une partie aussi. Oh, c'est pas les cons, c'est... Ouais, c'est space le lieu quand même.
So, this is your...
Your accommodations have been arranged. Under the present circumstance...
Well, our funds, after all, we don't allow illegal or unethical profiteering. In fact, our...
Seems like it's tough times for everyone.
To be honest,
Your father... He was the previous boss...
Demoiselle, if you'll allow me to explain...
No. I'll explain it myself. My father's name is Callus. Yes, the same one they call Callus the Unfaithful. 3 years ago, he was accused of murdering his own friend. But he chose a duel to defend his honor, instead of standing trial.
Oh no.
But I do not believe my father was a murderer. I'm sure he was set up. At the time, I believed that if he only stood trial and was duly investigated, but strangely, he not only requested the duel himself, that even after being seriously injured, to the point where he could be deemed as having lost the duel, he refused to surrender. 3 years later, how could he protect his honor if he's dead? The closest piece of info I have is that my father had been investigating the serial disappearances case at the time of his death.
Ah, so that's why you're so determined.
That's right. However, I believe that if I must know what really happened. Was my... if only he'd been more open with me when he was still alive. He even hid the fact that my mom... And now, here I am investigating his death.
Demoiselle, please.
I also will never believe that Master Callus murdered anyone. There are none whom I respect. Master Callus did so much good in life, yet even our supporters decreased greatly due to that incident, hence our...
Wait! If Callus was such a good man...
No. Perhaps people just revel in that kind of drama. It's not something people love watching the evil turn over a new leaf.
But how could... never mind.
There is one other thing. Master Callus's opponent in the duel.
Oh! Her? Well, then... Isn't that as good as saying that... Yeah... That's not the sort of thing that you can just...
Miss Clorand has always placed great emphasis on the honorable nature of the duel. If her opponent doesn't yield, she knew Master Callus beforehand and greatly respected him, but there was only ever one choice.
It's not that I don't understand her at all, but I just can't deal.
Don't worry, Navia.
Afterward, Miss Clorand told us that at the start of the duel, Master Callus requested that she ensure Demoiselle Navia's safety. Yes, that is our...
Oh, Papa. What madness drove you to ask the person who killed... All right. Anyway, that's the information I wanted to share with you. Thanks. You two should go and rest. This was...
Yeah!
Please, relax and get some sleep. We will...
I sent them back to Poisson. It's Spina de Rosula's place of origin, and where we have our headquarters. There's not much for them to do here at the moment.
Paimon gets the feeling that you're just trying to get them off, but never mind that. When did you get back?
No,
I just returned after going out for a while. I did some
Wait! So you didn't sleep?
How could I after having such critical
Guess...
Unfortunately, this name seems to have been wiped from existence. I suspect that those behind this have already taken steps to hinder an investigation from this.
Does that mean we're too late then?
No. There is one ray of hope. One place in Fontaine that they would find almost impossible, and that is the archives kept by Chief Justice Neuvillette. If the Oceanette you met is one of the young women who went missing recently,
So Neuvillette maintains an archive of case files? Whew. In that case, let's go talk to him, shall we? Aren't you coming?
No, it's nothing.
Adventures Underground is way...
The Palais is right up ahead. Come on.
Halt! Please state your business here. The Chief Justice is presently occupied with official...
Huh. This place...
Hey, don't you recognize us?
Huh? Who are you? Just to be clear, I don't...
See? They've got great discipline, too.
Yep. Paimon can tell.
If you're here just to crack jokes, I can point you toward...
No. What I meant to say is, shouldn't you remember us from a
Oh, yes, I remember. I read about it in the Steambird. You...
We're here today to report and archive some information on a follow-up case.
Huh. Is that even a thing?
Of course. Don't worry. We're here on official business.
All right then, I'll let you through. The Chief Justice...
Thanks so much.
Il est dans son bureau. Ah oui, c'est là. On va aller voir le Big Juge. Monsieur, laissez-nous entrer.
Please come in.
Ah, merci. Wow.
Sorry to barge in, Monsieur Neuvillette. We only left...
It's all right. Please let me know how I may be of assistance to you.
So you're not mad at us?
We're looking for a man called Vacher. He may have been an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. If we can find him, we may be able to unearth some key information on the case.
Ah, I see. In that case, please wait here a moment while I browse through the files.
Who knew that Neuvillette would be so easy to talk to?
Unfortunately, I'm quite certain that no one by the name of Vacher has been involved in any case. There are no records of him either in the files or in my...
Traveler, what if it was really just a dream?
Is that so? All right then. Thank you so...
Ahem. Miss Navia, I can understand how you feel. Your father, Callus, was a truly exceptional man.
And what are you trying to say, Monsieur Neuvillette? Are you trying to console me? Extend your sympathy? Or just... No. You are not trying to do any of that. I can hear it in your voice. There's no emotion behind... It's just like last time. After my father took his place in the duelist ring, I pushed through the guards to talk to you as a last You even told me then that you thought there was something fishy with the case, yet you still allowed the duel to go ahead. In your eyes, the value of a human life is nothing compared to those cold laws you hold so... If you truly regret my father's death, then why didn't you call a stop to the duel? Why didn't you give me the power to stop him from throwing his life away? Why did you just let him die? Despised and hated by everything. Was hanging on a thread at that moment. Just there are still so many things I never got to tell him. So many questions he still owes me answers to. If you really have no heart, then just look me in the eyes. I, Navia, will...
I'm sorry, Miss Navia.
You and my father are truly alike. You keep all kinds of things in your heart and never say a word. It's not so much that you can't feel, but that you would never express anything. Oh well. In any case, everyone already knows full well my apologies for taking my emotions out on you, Monsieur Chief Justice. Let's go, Traveler and Paimon.
Hey, elle a pas perdu sa langue dans sa poche.
Navia, are you okay?
I'm fine. Rain.
You're right. Wasn't it still sunny when we went into the building? And there shouldn't be any active trials today.
Now that I think of it, on the day my father was convicted of murder, it was also raining.
What is it? Did you think of something?
Yeah, he was outside. It was uncovered and the rain could fall there. Why? Do you think the rain could... That thought has occurred to us before. We've even expanded the search area to try to account for that. But didn't find anything of value. Oh? Wait.
So you're saying that the true murderer could have been turned into water? And then got washed away? Yeah! And if that's what had happened, then no one would have believed your dad, even if he explained what...
I really think I found a true genius for a partner. You're completely right. How did I not connect the dots earlier? All right, let's go to Poisson. With this new lead in mind, we'll get to the bottom of my father's case for sure.
Yeah, we're gonna make progress for sure this time.
Do you want to go with me now? Or do you want to head over by yourself later? Great.
Attends, c'est où ce village? Hein? What? Je savais pas que j'avais découvert ce lieu. Ah mais que je suis bête, bien sûr. Je l'avais trouvé en début d'année.
Whoa! What a huge ship!
There's no need to be so surprised. My father was the one who asked for it to be built like this. Perhaps our tastes in exterior... A gigantic and glamorous ship embodies discovery, opportunity, ambition, and conquest. It symbolizes Spina di Rosula's bright...
And Paimon thought you were bluffing when Paimon was confused why a group would... But now that Paimon has seen this ship for...
Well, Poisson is...
Il faut qu'on monte maintenant. Super. Par où on va monter? Par là sûrement. Bonjour, on va monter. Bonjour Merlu. Melu.
Maloose, we're back!
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle, and our most important partners. You said before that you still had some business at the court. What brings you back to Poisson so quickly?
About that. It's because my partner here reminded me of something really important. You see, what if my father's case had something to do with water from the primordial sea? You still remember, right, Maloose? On that night, it was raining?
Yes, the case was quite similar to that of Mr. Linney's. Both were what you'd call impossible.
Could you tell us a bit more about what happened before?
Yeah, of course. Many years ago, something called synth began to gain popularity in Poisson. At a glance, it was a kind of drink that could excite your mood and produce many pleasant hallucinations.
Wait! Didn't that guard guy who turned into water also mention that the primordial water could be used to produce some kind of potion?
Yes, he did. Considering what we know now, it's almost certain that synth is created using water from the primordial sea. If you drink synth for an extended amount of time, you'll suffer many side effects, such as losing the ability to focus or control your emotions. And if you were to stop drinking it completely, you'll experience flashes of paranoia and anxiety while lacking energy to do anything. It's an extremely dangerous substance. As he oversaw Poisson, my father was compelled to put a stop to synth abuse and called for a complete ban of it.
Boss's uncompromising attitude incurred the synth vendor's wrath, but no matter how much they threatened or bribed him, he refused to yield. Not only that, Boss became determined to find the mastermind behind the synth operation and put an end to the problem once and for all.
Yes, but the enemy was very cunning. So he could never get anything out of the dealers, all of whom only sold the stuff and weren't privy to the rest of the operation. Recognizing that, my father decided to contact the dealers in secret and cultivate personal relationships with them. Finally, he was able to convince someone to become his informant. The man's name was Jacques. He felt greatly ashamed about his work after seeing many families destroyed by synth abuse. That night, my father hosted a banquet at his countryside estate. He planned to meet up and exchange information with Jacques over some food. But then, we heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. We raced to the scene and found my father, still holding a gun, and Jacques, who was already dead on the ground.
Huh? How did that happen? Aren't they on the same side?
Sounds just like Lenny's case, doesn't it? In both cases, the culprit seemed obvious, but neither appeared to have any motive at all. Looking back on it, though, I now believe the most important clue was something we all overlooked at the time. There were pieces of clothing left at the scene. Precisely. It's all thanks to you that I made the connection now. Back then, we all just thought they were some costumes that Jacques used to disguise himself at the banquet. But, considering it now, it's almost certain that they belong to a third person at the scene. You're right. We still don't know what happened. But my intuition tells me that we're on the right track to figuring it all out. I'm finally headed towards the truth.
Jacques was an empathetic man who was infinitely remorseful for his past actions. It's unlikely that he turned on Boss with zero warning. I think this third person is probably the key to the full truth. On that note, however, even though this will not please you, demoiselle, as your and your father's butler, I must still offer a word of warning. Our opponent is insidious and cruel. They are extremely difficult to deal with, and Boss has already lost his life trying to bring them to justice. Even though Spina de Rosula has lost most of its former glory, Poisson has welcomed a new time of peace, and we have been allowed to live out our lives. There is no need to follow your father's path. It would be both wise and in line with Boss's wishes to step back and give up on the case.
If that's indeed what he wished for,
Then he should have told me that himself. Was I not the closest person to him? And yet, I was the one most kept in the dark. What was the point of him dying without sharing any of the secrets he knew? Did he manage to protect anything in the end? Synth is still here. Callus the Unfaithful is still his epithet. And Spina di Rosula is barely getting by. Nothing has changed. Did he think I'd just accept his meaningless death and live out my life just as meaninglessly? I've never accepted that, ever. Not since that day, and certainly not now. I want to find out the real answer for everyone's sake. For the missing girls, for the victims, and for myself.
Navia.
This is indeed the best moment to act. Your partner appears to be quite reliable, and more importantly, Demoiselle, I think you're also ready to take this on.
So you do know something else, Malus?
Yes, I do. In fact, even before that banquet, Boss already knew of the connection between Synth and the serial disappearances case. But what drove all the tensions to the boiling point was the revelation that you, Demoiselle, had been selected as the next target to disappear.
What?
Boss also didn't tell you that he had been diagnosed with a rare illness. The doctors told him that he had no more than 5 years left to live. And the serial disappearances case caused him great anxiety. 5 years was nowhere near enough time to resolve this long-standing conflict. But once he passed away, all the danger would pass on to you. Knowing all of this, he decided to use one final intimidation tactic before his death. He claimed to have already gotten his hands on some key incriminating evidence for the other side, and even told some members of Spina di Rosula about the details. But as long as you remained safe, he would not share the evidence with the public. If something were to happen to you, then he and all those he told would immediately expose all they knew about Synth and the disappeared victims.
Right, so nobody would...
As we've seen, Boss's tactic has worked. Even though Boss has been gone for a long time, the other side has...
No, I don't believe it. He never appeared to...
No father wants their daughter to see them weak and haggard, especially someone as proud as Boss. To him, dying in a duel and suffering lasting dishonor as the Unfaithful was still far preferable than losing face in front of his daughter.
So he chose to die in silence, so that he could protect me.
I'm afraid you're not understanding this correctly, Demoiselle. What Boss wanted to hand to you was not a parasol, but a sword. If Boss's spirit could hear you telling me that you want to find the answer, I'm sure he'd be extremely proud.
That fool. Couldn't he have just given it to me straight? No. He might have set up everything precisely because he never thought I'd be able to understand him. Is that the amount of confidence he had in me? And what if I was never able to make it to where I am now? Yeah. I suppose that's true. With the way he'd set things up, if I had wanted, I could have just lived out my life without a care in the world. But thankfully, he rarely talked to me about complex matters, and thus understood little of me as a person. In this case, he really didn't need to give me an easy way out. Huh. Malus, what was the key evidence that he shared with you?
It's the location where Synth is produced. Essentially, It's the enemy's headquarters. When he was threatening the enemy, Boss didn't share the specifics of the incriminating evidence he found. But if you want to use it against the enemy, you'll still have to take several things into consideration.
Why? If we know where the place is, can't we just go storming in?
You mustn't forget that we're fighting against a mysterious and dangerous organization that's been in operation for decades. There's no telling what might be lying in wait at their headquarters. We also have no idea what kind of evidence we may be able to find inside, nor what people we may be able to capture. But a single visit to their headquarters would be tantamount to a formal declaration of war. The worst case would be that we leave empty-handed, but also open ourselves up to full retaliation.
Then, in that case, why not work with the Fontaine authorities?
Well, you saw one of them dissolve during Mr. Linney's case. We have no idea just how thoroughly they may have been infiltrated.
Huh. That's true. Seems my father really had no choice. But things are different now. It should be a lot easier to prove the other side's guilt, now that we've connected Synth with the disappearances case.
You sound like you've put a lot of thought into this, Maloose.
I am the butler, after all. I live but to serve the boss and Demoiselle's will. I've always been willing to take on any kind of risk for your sake. But considering my relative lack of ability, I've spent my time keeping secrets, performing basic investigations, and waiting for the right time to come.
Thank you for all of that, Maloose. Have you discovered anything new in the past few years?
Let me think. One conclusion I came to was that the enemy must be quite familiar with Spina di Rosula, or at least have an informant planted here. When I announced orders to the organization's members on Demoiselle's behalf, I used to deliberately keep a few people in the dark and observe the reactions of the synth vendors. If the vendors didn't change their plans, then the individuals informed of our orders must be innocent. If the vendors packed up and fled, however, then someone must have given them the news. After several rounds of testing and investigative tracing, I've narrowed the suspect list down to 3 people. The first is Florent, Spina di Rosula's senior advisor.
Huh? Florent?
Yes, surprising, isn't it? He was one of the people Boss trusted the most, which also means that he was someone who understood Boss really well. Thanks to his position within Boss's innermost circle, he always knew our upcoming plans and could thus avoid capture this whole time. There's someone else like him too. Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières.
Uncle Marcel.
It's a guild in Poisson. Boss helped it to grow to its current size and prominence. In the beginning, they were only reselling some daily goods, but now they're one of the richest guilds around, with a lot of business connections in the city.
So, they're like a sister organization of Spina di Rosula?
Yes, you can say that. When we were fighting against the synth dealers, they provided us with plenty of support. It's a bit difficult to imagine someone using their own money to hunt down themselves.
The final suspect is Thierry, the man responsible for coordinating information between Spina di Rosula and the guards. Although the guards mostly leave us to our own devices, there are still many activities we have to report to the local authorities. Since Thierry is always in the know about our current activities, he could theoretically always plan one step ahead.
I see. These are all people who I communicate with quite regularly. To think that the enemy we've been fighting against has been right next to me all along, among those I trust the most. It's almost too hard to believe.
If you want to investigate them, please take every precaution to not alert the quarry. Judging from our experience, the enemy is extremely cautious.
Of course. And thank you, Maloose. You've provided us with a lot of great information.
You're too kind, my lady. I'm just doing my duty. And before I forget, proving Boss's innocence would also mean clearing him of blame in Jacques' death. After that incident, Jacques' wife and daughter were taken into the Spina's care. They still live in Poisson today. If it might help, you could also pay them a visit. I can make the necessary arrangements.
Oh, thank you so much, Malus. You really are the best.
A new case awaits, my dear partner. I hope we can work together to uncover the truth and end this case once and for all.
Allez, on va refaire le détective.
It is settled, then. Please excuse me, and enjoy your conversation at your leisure.
Thank you for arranging everything for us, Malus.
Excuse me, miss. Do you need anything from us?
Oh. Hey, Navia's all quiet. This isn't like her at all.
I'm sorry that I only came to visit after all this time. After what happened, I didn't know how I was supposed to face the two of you.
Ah, if it's about that, there's no need to apologize. After my husband died, Spina di Rosula sent us a lot of mora and support. I understood your guilt and apology to be genuine.
But aren't all of those things nothing compared to the loss of Jacques? I can understand the kind of pain that comes with losing a father so needlessly.
You don't understand at all.
I didn't know how to face you, because I didn't know what I could possibly bring as a consolation gift. I know only the full truth could bring closure to you, and to all of us.
I'm sorry. I appreciate the sentiment, but you don't have to carry all that guilt. On the matter regarding my husband, my daughter and I have more or less found our answer already.
Would you mind sharing it with me? I really can't believe that my father could ever bring himself to shoot Jacques.
I always knew that my husband's money was earned through others' suffering. He told me countless times that if he could turn back the clock, he would never go into the synth business again. He had many regrets, and felt that he took the idea of providing for his family too literally. For the longest time, he thought Mora was everything. So when Mr. Callis came to him with a proposal, he accepted it almost immediately. He tried to be as careful as he could, but even so, he was still found out by the higher-ups.
They found out about his betrayal?
Papa didn't say that exactly, but Papa did tell me that I should never be ungrateful.
Before he left that day, he told me that he had no choice. It was only later that I realized it was his final farewell to the two of us. I don't know that for sure, but you could say that's the conclusion I eventually came to. Which is why I'm the one who should feel guilty. Callus had always taken great care of us, both when he was still alive and after he passed away. Even if he fired the shot that killed my husband, it was likely in self-defense. It is impossible for me to hate him for what he had done.
But Mama, why is Papa still the bad guy if he did the right thing? Papa always wanted to be a good man, so why did he have to do a bad thing in the end?
Well, things aren't always as they seem. You still feel like your papa was a good man, right?
Yeah, Papa was a really good man. The best in the whole world.
Then you should hold on to that. If a good man had to do a bad thing, then he must have had his reasons. Regardless of whether he left you a parasol or a sword. He must have done so to give you a better life.
Oh.
Thank you for everything you've told me. I will definitely find the truth. The current state of things is not something I'm willing to just sit back and accept.
Thank you. I'm very grateful to hear this from you. Even though your personality is quite different from your father's, your determination when you speak is really similar.
You really think so? That's the first time anyone said that to me.
Ok, témoignage de la famille de Jack. C'est bon. Alors, à Florent, parlez à Florent. En haut.
Are you okay, Nadia?
I'm fine. Don't worry. Let's investigate the 3 suspects next. Laurent should be nearby, and we should be able to find Thierry and Uncle Marcel in the city. I'll get myself together on the way, so please don't worry.
On va le mettre le taza sur la tempe.
Greetings, boss. How may I be of assistance today?
I'm sure you've heard about what happened.
Yeah, I've heard.
It also reminded me, after my partner here put the... Can you do me a favor and try to
After that, he told us my first reaction was that Mr. Count, but when I got there, it was all...
So you also remember 2 gunshots?
Indeed. Reason being, but according to the guard, about the clothes left at the scene that you mentioned. Do you think there was a 3rd person there who was turned into water?
At least from our perspective, my father had no reason to kill, so he would also have no reason to bring an extra gun with him. The gun he was holding probably belonged to Jacques, or a 3rd person on the scene.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So you're saying Mr. Callus ended up with the gun because he seized it from one of the other guys? But hold on. If that's what had happened, then why didn't he share the truth with any of us? He didn't even want to face the Oratrice machine, and chose instead to prove his honor in a duel. Did he lose all faith in the courts after seeing someone dissolve right in front of his eyes?
About that, Malouse told me a thing or two, so I think I can understand why he committed to the duel. I'll tell you everything once the whole truth has been revealed.
I understand. Then I'll leave Mr. Callus's honor in your hands, boss. And if I may just say one more thing. The whole Callus the Unfaithful epithet has been a thorn in my side since the day it was invented. Many people have laughed at me for still calling him Mr. Callus, even after so many years have passed. But it was Mr. Callus's trust that allowed me to rise through the ranks of Spina di Rosula and live the life I lead today. No matter what others might say, he'll always be the man I respect the most. And he'll always be my boss.
Don't worry. I will definitely find the truth. You and all our other comrades at the Spina deserve to know the truth as well.
Ok. Maintenant, il faut qu'on aille au-dessus. Alors, on botte. Il est où Thierry? Titi. Ah, il est là.
Hey, Thierry, it's me.
Oh, now, what brings you here, Miss?
Oh, so
Oh, okay. Hey, I'm also a member of the guards, you know. The way you make it sound, people would think I was sent off to Poisson because I had done something wrong.
Are you sure there isn't a little bit of truth in that?
I mean, where I work is really up to me. Let's just say I enjoy the ambiance. Callus did a fantastic job running the town. Buildings, it would be next to impossible for me to find a similar... Anyway, enough chit-chat.
Ah, yes. These two are my partners. What happened at the Opera House made us realize that...
Ah, I get it. If you want to go through the original files from your father's case, I can help you look for them.
That'd be much appreciated. Thank you. Actually, I have another question. Do you have the authority to dispatch Gardamex?
Of course. Without them, I couldn't possibly handle Poisson on my own. Why do you ask? We definitely can't use them to forcefully get more evidence for your father's case.
Well, you see, just recently, we were attacked by a horde of unnumbered Gardamex in the city. So, if you hypothetically wanted to do something against me, all you would need to do is get rid of the mecha serial numbers and send them after me.
Then you think too highly of my abilities. Dispatching mecha is very different from controlling them. If I had to make an analogy, When you order a dish, the chef will make it for you. You can ask the chef to cook, but if you try to make removing a serial number is all. So I can promise you, they're certainly not cheap. So whoever their owner is must be super rich, powerful, or both. Now that you mention it though, being in the synth business would definitely be profitable enough to afford this.
Oh, then you're officially in the clear, Thierry.
Oh, well, thank you for the vote of confidence, Navia. Jokes aside,
Bah nous, ce qu'on
I'd like to wish you all the best with your
comme notre
investigation.
nouveau en fait.
I'll be staying in the
Pour le
city for
meurtre
a
du
little
père.
while, so just come find me if you need any support from the guards.
Contacter Marcel qui est... Qui est Marcel? Ah, tu vas pas me dire qu'il est dans sous l'eau?
Hello. How may I help you? I'm here to see Marcel. Could you please let him know? You can just say Navia. Sure. I will let him know.
Ah, Navia, hello. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm not as young as I used to be, so my legs are giving out a bit.
Oh, it's all right, Uncle Marcel. There's no need to stress. I just wanted to talk to you briefly about what happened in the Opera House. I'm sure you saw everything too, right?
Yes, I've never seen anything so strange.
Oh, you were at the Opera House too?
That's right. I went there with Navia to see the magic show. Who knew it would turn into a whole murder mystery? I also witnessed your marvelous sleuthing work. Quite impressive. To beat the Hydro Archon at her own game on her own turf, I can already imagine everyone in Fontaine discussing your exploits over a few glasses of wine.
Oh, Paimon doesn't want to become the talk of drunkards.
Apologies. It's just how Fontaine is as a nation. Everyone loves drama and theatrics.
Uncle Marcel, you've also noticed...
Yes, I was
Exactly.
Oh, and...
We were attacked on Araneus by some unnumbered Gardamex. And there was also an attempt to get me to drink water from the primordial sea. If not for the vigilance of my partner, I probably wouldn't even be here talking to you right now.
Oh, you're giving us too much credit.
Alas, it seems things are But rest assured, Navia, if anyone dares to lay their hands on you...
Thank you, Uncle Marcel. But do you have any new thoughts on my father's case?
About that. Sorry, the Confrérie was responsible for that banquet. So I was out and about the whole time, making sure things were running smooth. Then I heard the sound of a gunshot, and the rest was history.
Oh, it's okay. No need to...
Sounds good. Just let me know if all my wealth comes from Callus's patronage and support. I'll spend however much it takes to clear his name.
We've talked to all three suspects, purely based on their conversations with me.
None of them sounded particularly suspicious.
suppose. Anyway, even though we didn't make a breakthrough, let's still compile.
But where should we start? Ah, you're right! Flora mentioned that Callus probably only ended up with the gun because of circumstance.
According to Jacques' family members, he already told them that he had been discovered, and that he had no choice before. If I had to guess, he probably received an order from the synth boss to kill my father.
So, Jacques fired the first shot?
Oh? And why is that?
Ooh, that's a good point.
Huh. So, what would make more sense from his perspective? Makes sense. But without evidence, that's still just a theory. Besides Jacques, the attack from the Gardamex has been bothering me quite a bit as well. It's obvious that our enemy has become more antsy after the secret of the primordial seawater was revealed.
Do you think he knew, even then, that we'd follow this lead to the end?
Given everything that's happened since, it's quite possible. But who among the 3 suspects would have the ability to control privately owned Gardamex? Uncle Marcel? And with funds from the still really hard for me to imagine. Also, wouldn't this mean he has been Florent? It is true that he was, but Espina di Ros.
So you're saying he's too broke to afford it?
Exactly. He can't. And even if he could, I don't think he would be able to Thierry, you say? Huh. It is possible that he, but I didn't feel like he was lying.
Yeah. Had he actually tampered with the mecha, we'd be able to prove it with a simple check of the guard's inventory. If the mecha were taken from the guards, it should be pretty easy to find out when and how that happened.
Who could it be?
Ok. Donc il nous manque encore 7 informations.
You know, if you think everything...
Could we be missing other
Malus, the suspect is knowledge. Even if I don't want to believe it, I'm starting to see how.
Well, we still have another trump card on top of all the theorizing and speculating.
Yes. Malus, we need far more solid proof before we can hope to go charging in on our enemy.
Navia, here you are. Oh, I've been looking for you.
Huh? Aren't you the guy from the guards? Did something happen?
Yeah. News came from Irenaeus just after you left. We've got...
Wasn't that place built
I know. But they said the person they're putting on trial is a Fatui harbinger called Tartaglia.
What?
Yeah, we know him.
Well, he's been accused of being the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case.
Wait, how? None of our investigation.
That's what I thought was strange about it, so I came to tell you that if the charge against him stands, then it'll be next to impossible to get the guards to support...
Right, because they'll think they've already...
Yeah, and it'll be a lot harder than...
I understand. Huh? Split up? What do you mean? Just since this is a trial, you're right. I won't have any chance of making that charge stick, though, unless we find more evidence. It'll be up to you to make it back in time and hand the decisive evidence to me.
We'll help you.
Demoiselle, please allow us to accompany.
I'm ready.
Ah, Malou, Silver.
We heard that you'll be leaving Poisson. It's our hope that you're confident.
Thank you.
See you then! Now that Navia has set out for Aranias, we should also get going. The location has already been marked on the map, so let's head over. Huh. According to Malusa's info, the synth production base is underwater. Let's go and try to find the entrance.
Je crois que c'est un peu en haut. Quartier général du groupe. Ah ouais, donc il est sous la mer en fait. Ça n'a aucun sens. Ah là.
Finally found it! Huh. So this is the entrance that leads to the synth production base. Ah, you're right. Navia's probably
It would appear that I must repeat my question again, Mr. Tartaglia. Do you accept the charge that you are the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case?
To be perfectly honest, I don't understand your country's complicated court system, or the reason why I'm being charged with something I've never even heard of. However, I did hear that people who have been charged can choose to participate in a duel to clear their name. Is that right? In which case, as long as I accept the charge, I can have an all-out fight with that champion duelist Clorend, right? I've got to admit, that's one of the most enticing offers I've ever received. When I privately sparred with her last time, she was obviously holding back. Real disappointing.
Hey! Don't you understand? You're currently the prime suspect for a major case. This isn't the
Oh? Sounds like the Hydro Archon wants to lecture me on the ways of the Opera House. Then why don't you duel me too? I'm the kind of student that learns best in the heat of battle.
No.
Alas, it would appear that communication with the defendant is going poorly. In that case, let me explain everything from the very beginning again. The goal of this trial is to determine the culprit behind the serial disappearances case.
That case had nothing to do with him. You've got the wrong man.
Huh? What's going on? Why is she interjecting?
I told you it couldn't be one of the Fatui harbingers.
Miss Navia, this is the second time you've interrupted the court proceedings. I only tolerated your behavior last, but that was an exception rather than standard court protocol.
Oh, please. Did you ever think I had any respect for this place's pointless... We can put that discussion aside for now. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to charge the true, and if my charges prove true, then Tartaglia here will be proven innocent by default, correct?
Oh, a young lady has charged in and offered to clear my name. How fascinating. Well, I'd gotten half bored to death by all these rules and procedures anyway, so I'll take you up on that offer. So, Your Honor, is there nothing else for me to do now?
You may take a seat for now in the audience, but that doesn't mean the suspicions against you have been lifted. Now then, Miss Navia, who is the person you would like to charge instead?
That person is... Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières.
Huh? What confrérie? Never heard of them in my life.
I've heard of them, but weren't...
Oh, is this going to be a friends to enemies type situation?
Please let me remind you, Miss Navia, that charging someone is an incredibly... And if the charge fails, depending on the circumstances, you may also be charged with the crime of...
Yes.
In that case, I declare the charge to be valid. Members of the guards. Mr. Marcel, you will not require...
Apologies. It all just happened so... I think an attorney won't be necessary. This is probably just...
Very well. In that case...
I would like to take everyone back to 3 years ago. Only through elucidating what really happened in that case can we connect...
Navia, do you really think that... Come on, why would I do that? Callus was my benefactor, and remember both you and I only ran to the scene when we heard the sound of a gun. If that's enough to make me a suspect, wouldn't that make everyone at that banquet a suspect as well?
I think there's no point in getting into the specifics right now. The audience doesn't even have the big picture yet. Even I'm struggling to remember some details of that case.
Exactly correct, Your Honor. I must refresh everyone's memory about that case before I can explain my charge and reasoning.
I see. In which case, I will recount the findings about that case as originally recorded by Maison Gardiennage. On the day of the murder, Spina di Rosula hosted a large banquet in a countryside estate owned by the Confrérie of Cabrières. During the banquet, all attending guests heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. When the guests arrived at the scene, they found the primary suspect, Callus, holding a gun, while his acquaintance, Jacques, lay dead from a gunshot wound. The guards' investigation did not recover any other firearms from the scene. As a result, they concluded that the suspect's first shot must have missed, while the second must have taken Jacques' life. The suspect did not dispute this conclusion, and also declined to defend himself in court. Instead, he chose to prove his innocence through a duel. Callus was defeated by champion duelist Clarand in the ensuing duel, and soon succumbed to the injuries. These are the known facts about the case.
The one with the motive to kill was Jacques, not my father. In truth, the third person shot Jacques first, and was shot into... After that, the true culprit turned the third person into water. Thank you for the summary, Your Honor. However, we should... The testimony, however, unfortunately... Something... This a pile of... But now, it is clear that since it was Realizing this, the true culprit caused the hired assassin to dissolve into water, leading everyone to believe Callus was responsible for Jacques' murder. This is the true version of events.
that's what happened. Wait, you're telling me something as dangerous as water from the primordial sea has been used for all these years?
What a great theory. It also explains Callus's and Jacques' respective motives.
Mr. Marcel, you are the one being charged with the crime. You should provide a rebuttal if you wish to prove your innocence.
Ah, but I think I agree with everything Navia just said. In fact, there was nothing in her—
Then, may I ask some questions? In my opinion, 1. Do you have the evidence to back up your claims?
I'm afraid...
Boo! If you don't have any evidence, you should just go home!
I may not have the evidence with me, but I know where I could go to collect it. If we look up the deserted clothes against a record of people who went missing around the same time, we should be able to find a match. Considering the serial disappearances case, the guards probably kept careful records of all missing persons from around that time, regardless of age or gender.
That makes sense to me. Monsieur Neuvillette, I would consider this to be a reasonable investigative direction.
Why do I feel like Farina's acting a little differently today?
Maybe she's scared of embarrassing herself again?
Alternatively, she's become more diligent after charging an innocent citizen in the last trial.
My second question has to do with the ensuing duel. If the truth is indeed as you described, then why didn't Mr. Callus explain himself in court? If he had
I've thought about this too, and the answer is actually pretty simple. He felt there were things that were more important to him. The dissolving power of water from the primordial sea is an important secret for the true culprit of the serial disappearances case. My father could have exposed it for all to see, but he chose to take it to the grave. At that time, Spina di Rosula was in dire straits, and his reputation had already been shattered. He had no guarantee that going forward with the truth would allow the culprit to be brought to justice. What was certain, however, was that it would paint a gigantic target on my back.
Boss once told me that Demoiselle had already been selected as the next target of the serial disappearances case.
What?
If the secret had gotten out, the culprit would have fought an all-out war with Espina right there and then. I wouldn't have been the only one in danger. All of us would have stood to lose our lives. Of course, the guards might eventually figure out the truth of the matter, but what good would that do? How can a hollow verdict— Had this opera house ever given my father any kind of confidence in its brand of justice? But by staying silent, we retain the ability to deter our opponents and continue the stalemate. I was able to become Spina di Rosula's president, which made me harder to target, as well as giving me more time to grow and learn. And once I have figured out the truth and stepped up to the challenge, I will do what this opera house cannot, and
So, you mean to say, your father intended to die in the duelist's ring?
That's right.
Do you have any proof?
Of course. All you need is to ask his opponent, Clarand. I don't need your apology, your guilt, or your support from the shadows. You don't have to do anything for But since he entrusted his will to you, Clarand, you should tell us the truth about his sacrifice.
So, during the duel, did you believe that Callus was in...
Yes, I did. As a champion duelist, I've fought many battles and taken a countless number of dishonored lives. In my line of work, I've seen all kinds of people give their all for the faintest hope to continue living. Some were determined, others passionate, and some even manic and twisted. Just one look and I can tell if a duelist is hoping to live or if they're looking to die. I hereby swear on my name and honor as a champion duelist that Mr. Callus never intended to leave the ring alive.
Since that's your testimony, I have no more questions. It appears there really are good grounds to reopen this case.
I concur. However, Miss Navia, you still have not explained the link between your father's case and the
Right? What she said was fascinating, but...
Wait, weren't they just talking about the serial disappearances case?
Of course, Your Honor. The two cases are connected via a matter of timing. In my father's case, the culprit intended to kill both Jacques and Callus. As a result, they planned to act after hearing 2 gunshots. And at the end of Linny's trial, the culprit also only dissolved the victim in front of everyone because they realized they were at risk of being identified. The culprit could only time their actions so precisely if they were already at the scene. Coincidentally, Marcel attended both the banquet and the trial.
So that's why you suspected me. Even after hearing your reasoning, I still can't help but find it a little preposterous. I'm used to it, though. You've always been an impulsive and sentimental child, Navia. It's one of your most endearing traits.
No need to appeal to pathos.
I won't try to refute your points one by one, but even if everything you just said was true, can you prove that I was the only person present at both events? On top of that, does a person have to be physically present to control the timing? Can't someone remotely monitor the place?
Know what she can say to that.
I know that even with that, you might still think you can reduce the list of suspects with some further investigations, until I'm the only one left on the list. Alas, who won't feel at least a little hurt by an accusation of murder from a girl you see as your own daughter? But if I were to dismiss this completely, you'd also think I'm not being considerate of your feelings. Ah well, let Uncle Marcel teach you another lesson. Do you know what the biggest flaw in your reasoning is?
I suppose you're gonna tell me anyways.
It's timing again. I'm a businessman by trade. From that standpoint, there's no reason for me to kidnap young women. It's a high-risk action with nothing to gain. In addition, I left my home in Snezhnaya when I was young to come to Poisson and work in some trade. My business only thrived when I received Callus's patronage. But the disappearances began before I ever stepped foot in Fontaine.
I do apologize, Demoiselle. This was my mistake.
No, it's not your fault. I'm sure he had come prepared.
Is there anything else you'd like to say? Would you like to check the date of my first business license against the first known case of the serial disappearances? You can also take a look at my border entry records, or ask my friends and family when I left Snezhnaya for the first time. Could those records and testimonies do something to appease the unspeakable anguish in your heart?
Seems like she got the wrong guy.
At this rate, Navia will be convicted for falsely accusing him.
I think you've done a superb job of dissecting your father's feelings as he neared the end of his life. But aren't you going against all of his wishes and expectations right now? He wished for you to become more rational, collected, and conscientious, instead of dwelling only on your own feelings. Once you've learned to be more considerate of others' feelings, and to stop rushing headlong into things, you'd have met most of his expectations.
This isn't just about me, and it never has been. The biggest difference between me and the rest of the victims is that I still have the ability to search for the truth, while that same agency has long been taken from them. The people whose families were destroyed by synth abuse, the people who lost their loved ones to the serial disappearances, and the people who suffered tragic ends due to their sense of justice. Many people's images are flashing before my eyes. I'm sure some are coming to those of you in the audience as well. And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vacher?
Huh.
Oh, so you do know that name.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
I was waiting for you to say that.
Ah, c'est à nous, enfin. Oula, c'est quoi ce pays, non? Attends. Mhm. Alors, que faire, que faire? Et seafood.
Go, go, Baron Bunny!
1,058. Ok. Le seafood.
Let the show begin.
Ouais, c'est vrai. Il y a un chat? Ah bah oui, je peux voter. Mais on dirait que lui, il n'est pas que de foudre. Ce que je peux voir.
I'll protect us. Yeah. Hi. Hup. Whoa! The floor is going up. Is it because of this mechanism in the middle? That guy really prepared a lot of stuff for this place.
Alors. Ok, on y va. Oh, encore.
Paimon thinks we need to go up, but Paimon doesn't see a way. Let's take a look around. Maybe we'll find a hidden mechanism that'll show us the way up.
Peut-être là. Non, bah, on va essayer de faire les choses là, parce que je vois une porte. Dans la logique. Des choses. Ou alors tu dois tabasser un monstre. C'est quoi ça? Ah, ok. Non? Ah, voilà. On va péter ici. C'est quoi ça? Cette merde. Ouais. Avec la remontée. Ok. Bah, on commence par là. Non, tu peux pas remonter là. Hop, voilà. Non. Attends. Il y a un collègue quelque part.
Why not keep me company for a while? There'll be plenty of time for work later.
Non. Est-ce qu'on peut monter ici? On dirait que oui. Hop. Bingo.
water level is rising. Now we can swim to the top.
Tac, tac, tac,
But
tac.
this is still a ways away from where we need to go.
Tous les coups, ça pue à l'arnaque. C'est de la glace. Super.
Windblade!
On va faire péter, kaboom! Il fait chier, non? Vous me faites chier.
Let's spark things up a little.
C'est pas faux. Pour l'instant, ça va, hein.
I wonder when I'll be as tall as my big sister.
Les gels, les enveloppes, moi.
Go, Barbara, go! Now the path is clear. Let's go!
Ok. Les hommes, c'est clair et net et précis.
La da 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 da. I'll protect us. Go, Barbara, go! Hi. Yeah.
Ok, c'est des monstres de feu. D'accord. Ok, boum.
Let the show begin.
Come a little closer.
Monter. Je pensais que j'avais un truc là. Aïe, ça fait mal.
Let's dance.
Don't be such a brute.
After all that, we finally made it to the innermost sanctum. Though, as expected, the mastermind isn't here. That's right. Then let's hurry up and find some evidence so we can get back to the Opera House and help Navia. What's all this? Aw, pink accessories, a hair tie, a necklace, even a makeup box. Oh, Paimon sees it too, but... What? Huh? You mean the girls from the serial disappearance, and then they were turned into all the boxes of things? These names?
Attends, est-ce qu'on a un autre truc là? Ouais, non.
Let's see what's written here. Nothing escapes Detective Paimon's eyes. Callus. Navia's father. Oh, this seems to be an investigation report on him. This should prove the existence of the third person, right? We still have not determined the exact content of the key information Callus has passed on to certain members of his organization. The old dog's a real menace to deal with. Even if he abides by the promise he's made to us, he will still have the upper hand. He can act whenever he wants to make our lives miserable. The only option left is to remove him from the... I concur. Let's send someone to kill him. He won't declare war as long... Oh, seems like we've got a bunch of correspondence between the higher-ups. They're all just so... is where they make all the synth. And that special water is the main ingredient. If you dilute it with normal water, you'll get synth. But the pure stuff can dissolve a human. Paimon will take notes on this incriminating evidence.
Ok, voilà.
What's this over here? Looks like some kind of plate. Experiment number 16 aims to verify Jacob Ingold's research conclusions. The experiment was a failure. No individual managed to resurface from the water from the primordial sea. Sorry, traveler. Paimon will try her best. It's just, how can someone write something that terrible in such a matter-of-fact? You read the rest. Paimon's too scared to keep going.
Je réfléchis. Erreur. Désolé. J'avais entendu. Hop.
So that's why he did all of these experiments. Wait, did he really think he'd be able to find a way just by dissolving people over and over? That's just insane! Huh? Isn't that the name you heard by the fountain? Paimon thought he was an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. You mean Vache is the one who did all of these... experiments? So that's it! Vache was no victim, but personally took his lover and... No, that's not it either! If that's the case, why would he want... In any case...
Non, c'est bon.
Whoa! There's so much synth here! And so many bottles of ingredients that probably just contain the waters of the primordial sea. Mixing in progress. Red. Whoa! There's even fruit-flavored synth? Yep, it's super obvious. We've looked at almost everything here, and it seems... Yeah, we haven't found anything that reveals his true identity. No wonder even Neuvillette wasn't able to find anything. Whoever it is probably destroyed that way. Even if we bring all this back to the opera, we won't be able to identify the true cult. Sure thing. Paimon!
Un peu plus tard.
Nothing at all. And Paimon can't even find snacks either. Whoa, really? What Paimon see? Vinier. Isn't that Vache's lover's name? Then you found her diary. Aw. It's just a normal diary chronicling their love story. So many! A whole page's worth! The final name she decided on, Marcel. Wait, but Marcel's pretty old. Has this kid...
And whose image do you see? Is it a man named Vache?
Huh.
Oh, so you do know that name.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
I was waiting for you to say that.
Navia! We're back!
As expected of my partner. I just knew you'd return in the nick of time.
Just how often do you intend to flout the rules of
Il
this
est en train de
court?
péter un câble, lui.
It's all right, Monsieur Nervalette. Given their confidence, I expect they've found the
But the truth of it, Marcel, is that you've always been Vache.
Huh?
We've investigated your lair and we already know everything! After your lover, Vinier, was dissolved, you kept abducting young women to experiment on the hopes of bringing her back to you! You even created Marcel as a new identity and destroyed all records of your past as Vache!
So that's it. Even the villains in opera performances rarely go that far. And with that, Marcel's motive has now been established.
This information regarding your past also dismantles your prior timing defense. Well, Marcel, do you know where you went wrong? You fixated your gaze on the lover that passed away, instead of paying attention to the living people around you. So, you never noticed how we changed, or how we grew as individuals.
You also never understood Boss's real expectations for his daughter.
Or our determination to see things through.
Your determination.
Mr. Marcel, please speak up now if you would like to defend yourself. Otherwise, the trial will move on to the next stage.
Do you really think I wanted to do any of... Pay attention to you? What for? Have you ever paid attention to me? Ever empathized with my pain? Ever known how it feels to watch the love of your life dissolve right in front of your eyes? No one helped me. No one even believed me. All those decades ago, even the officers from the Maison Gardiennage were laughing at me. They said there's no way a human being can turn into water. So I must have gone mad from grief. Vinier's death was brushed away by all of you as if it didn't matter at all. Well, now you know, don't you? Ha! Well, it's too late now. All those who were dissolved are gone forever. You only have yourselves to blame. You set up this ornate opera house in pursuit of your so-called justice. Your beloved drama, while turning a blind eye to the suffering of the people. Vinier is dead. We promised each other that we would always be together. Wherever she goes, I will follow. But I'm not from this blasted place, so I can't be dissolved. No matter what I do.
Hey, is that water from the primordial sea that he's drinking?
I can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Can't dissolve! Do you all see? I can't go, I can't follow. So if I can't go where she is, what choice do I have but to try to bring her back? I did all of that, and in the end, that accursed Callus still got the better of me. I spent my entire life living on pins and needles, only to get stabbed by his idiot daughter at the very end.
The suspect is exhibiting signs of mental distress. Guards, please restrain him.
Don't touch me! Don't anybody come near me! I still need to save Vinier. Vinier! Please, Vinier! Don't think badly of me.
At this point, the verdict of this trial is clear. With Mr. Marcel's conviction, the charges against Mr. Tartaglia no longer...
Fine by me. I was in a bad mood, but after a show like that, I'm actually feeling pretty good.
Traveler, please submit all the evidence you have collected to the guards, so that I might review and summarize the truth behind the serial... The man now known as Marcel was originally named Vacher, and worked as an adventurer with his partner and lover, Vinier. During an underwater expedition, Vinier accidentally came into contact with water from the primordial sea, and was dissolved in front of Vacher as a result. Vacher learned of the primordial water's existence through the work of others, and began to kidnap young women for research, with the goal of discovering a method to restore Vinier back to life. To cover his tracks, he invented the new alias of Marcel, and began to operate a business in Poisson. During the course of his research, Vacher discovered that a diluted concoction of water from the primordial sea can induce feelings of euphoria, and began to manufacture and market synth. However, as he accumulated wealth to fund his continued research and expanded the scope, he came into conflict with Spina di Rosula. After exchanging blows with Spina di Rosula for many years, Vacher decided to assassinate their president Callus at a banquet. Although the assassination did not go as Vacher expected, he was able to turn Callus into the murder suspect by dissolving the assassin he sent to the scene. And just recently, Vacher attempted to frame Linny as the culprit of the serial disappearances case, using a similar method. However, his attempt to frame Linny failed, and the power of water from the primordial sea became public knowledge. This case also exposed enough of Vacher's machinations that he was eventually successfully charged in court. Thus concludes the enigmatic history of the serial disappearances case, with the truth revealed to all. The Oratrice will now deliver the final verdict regarding the charges against Mr. Vacher. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Mr. Vacher is guilty.
Guards! Take Vacher away.
Good. It's what he deserves.
With that, the serial
We really just witnessed history. Who would have thought the true culprit would be such a polite and well-spoken guy?
Yippee! We helped Navia bring the bad guy to justice! He's hurt so many innocent people, and now he's finally getting what he deserves. Huh? Are you okay?
Demoiselle, you were absolutely brilliant.
The day our late boss had always hoped for has finally come. You can rest easy now, knowing justice has been served.
Yeah. Yeah. It's finally over. It's all thanks to you guys. And my partner. See, Papa? Spina di Rosula's still doing well with me at the helm.
Well now, hasn't this been a most delicious piece of drama? The villain has been caught, justice has been served, past wrongs have been righted, and it's a big ol' happy ending. Since it's been such a great show, I'll just let the false accusations against me slide. Either way, I've still got some business to attend to. So, if you'll excuse me...
Please wait just one moment, Mr. Tartaglia.
Ugh, what now? None of this has anything to do with me.
According to court protocol, since this trial was initiated due to a charge against you, a verdict must also be made regarding the initial charge before the trial can conclude.
Oh, come on. Is this really necessary? Haven't you already caught the real criminal? Isn't it time for side characters like me to exit stage left?
Please respect the laws of Fontaine. This has always been the rule.
All right, but this sure is a lot of hassle. All I need to do is stand over there, right? Let's just get this over with.
Through evidence presented in the public trial that was just held, it has been established that Mr. Tartaglia has no direct connection to the serial disappearances case. The guilty party has been identified, and thus it is logical to suppose Mr. Tartaglia is innocent of the charges. We now turn to the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale to render the final verdict on the charges. According to the judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale, Mr. Tartaglia is guilty.
What?
Hey! That's not funny! Didn't you just say I'm supposed to be innocent? What's with this verdict? Is your justice machine malfunctioning?
Huh? This has never happened before. The Oratrice actually returned a different verdict from the Chief Justice.
I mean, have you ever heard of an innocent Fatui Harbinger? Do you think the Oratrice might have just convicted him on—
But weren't the charges about the serial disappearances case? No matter what else he's guilty of, it shouldn't affect
The judgment of the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale is by law. The guards, please take this.
So this is how justice is done in Fontaine. What a joke. You've got your rules. Well, I've got mine too!
He's activating his spell legacy!
I am sorry. If you have been wronged, we will find the truth. But the rules of the court must be upheld.
Hey, Monsieur Novelette, what's going on? Shouldn't they have been cleared already?
Apologies. This is also the first time I've encountered such a situation. However, according to the rules established at the conception of all I do is follow court procedure. As for why the Oratrice arrived at the conclusion it did, you should probably ask someone more knowledgeable than me.
Why are you looking at me? I had nothing to do with it! I don't know what happened there either.
What does Lady Farina mean by that?
She says she has no idea either, but that's—
Yeah, so are the verdicts reliable or not? Can results like this really...
My dearest citizens, did you really think we'd allow an incorrect— Don't tell me. You thought even I had been blindsided by the Oratrice.
But the way she looked just now, it was pretty—
However, given the state of things, I shall give you, and of course, For every performance, there is a script. Everything has unfolded exactly as if you thought Child had nothing to do with the serial disappearances case. It is only because you've been everything he's done, not to mention the danger he poses. All shall be revealed in time. You know, having said that, although I—
So she chose to make her escape after all, did she?
So you're saying we shouldn't put much stock into what she just said?
She probably just put on that performance to save face. As for the truth, it's unlikely that she actually has any idea. However, please be assured that I will continue to investigate this case in a personal capacity. Just as I promised, if the judgment has been
Alright. Even though we feel pretty badly for him, after all, he's done plenty of bad stuff. So he should have known.
Hey, what are you doing? Quick, stop him!
Traveler! Hey! Traveler!
Marcel! What are you doing?
Stop resisting arrest! Cease, or we'll add another charge.
No, wait! I just want to ask the Traveler something. I'm not looking to run away. Please, please, just let me ask this one small thing.
Go on.
Thank you. Thank you. I was being led away when I finally realized something. Where did you first hear the name? I erased all records of that name.
Are you still trying to prove your innocence? Give it up. You've already been convicted.
Really? You did? You're sure? You met her? But how could the Fountain of Lucine? Then she's been so close to me. Please, please give me a chance to talk to her again. Just let the Traveler take me to the fountain to see her.
What? Give an inch and you want to take a mile? Do you think serial—
Paimon agrees.
This request, is it worth as much to you as your life?
Of course! Wait, no. It's worth even more than my life.
Humans. Will they betray the instinct to live just to satisfy spiritual— Very well.
Your Honor,
I will go with him. You do not need to worry about any escape.
Thank you. Thank you.
Petit fait de ma part, le jeu a crash. Ça va, nous avançons déjà vers les 5 heures de jeu. C'est bien.
Is this the place? You said she's here, but what do I need to do to see her?
Yeah, and even Paimon could hear her after drinking that thing. Didn't you just drink a lot of it on the stage as well? Oh, in that case...
Il est fontaine.
Ah!
Yes, that's it! So you heard it too!
Vinier, it's me! It's me, Vache!
Vache? Vache?
I'm here! I'm here! Where are you, Vinier? I'm coming for you. I'm finally here for you.
Hey, wait! Be careful!
Vinier, is that you? It's me, Vache! Vinier!
Vache? Why did you come? Didn't I say? You don't need to look for me. You look a lot older than I remember. How long has it been?
It's been more than 20 years. I've suffered for over all this time. Only the thought of bringing you back has kept me alive. I must be dreaming. Who would have thought I'd get the chance to tell you all of my... Vinier, you are my everything. I really don't know how I could live without you.
But Vache, if you ask me, this world would be better off without you. If not for you, I would have finished my law degree and probably become a top-tier attorney one day. If not for you, I would have continued to pursue my... If not for you, I would at least have been able to take care of my mother. It's all because of your selfishness.
You... Wait, you are not Vinier.
You're right. I am not Vinier. I am the sacrifice. Every woman who died by your hand, as our bodies dissolved, our consciousness, our thoughts circulated endlessly within the primordial sea. And we were no longer... I'm Cressy. I'm Lemony. I'm Azine. The only one I am not is Vinier.
Why? But then...
What? She doesn't want to see you anymore. Every tendril of her consciousness is avoiding you. This is what you get for your selfishness. Your selfishness robbed us of our lives and our futures. You said time and time again, but did you ever consider whether she'd want to see you do the things that you did? If You are a liar, a heartless murderer, and a cowardly... The only thing you are not is Vinier's beloved. From the moment your first victim died and her consciousness merged with Vinier's, she has had nothing but pure hatred for you.
No! Yeah! She can't hate me. Let me see her.
You still don't understand. When I said don't look for me, that came from the real but on top of that, she also said that because it's her final drop. She said that because she knew that if you did come here, we will show no mercy to you.
Vache.
Vache? Vache. 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 Drown.
Ouais, il est mort donc.
Finally, we have some time to do shopping. Gosh, it's really been a long time since we've been able to relax.
Huh. Well met, partner. I knew something great was going to happen when I...
Even this weather can't put a damper on the demoiselle's mood.
It's a pleasure to see you both again.
Oh, hey, Navia! It's been a few days. Paimon's already started to miss you.
Oh, now that I believe. I'm easy to work with and always bring home the bacon.
Sounds like you're really enjoying life these days, Navia.
It's just been one thing after the other. I've been making non-stop trips between Poisson and the courts in Sen. Everyone from Spina di Rosula organized a memorial for my father. We never held a memorial when he first died, since everyone knew that even if we held one back then. This time, though, everyone in Poisson, and even many...
So his name's definitely been cleared now.
It's been the dearest wish of Demoiselle all along.
That blasted stubborn fool. I was right to put my faith in him. I'm so glad. Oh, by the way, I ran into Charlotte just after I left the memorial service. Well, maybe it'd be more accurate to say I knew she would be there. And there was...
Huh? So you know Charlotte too?
Yeah, way back when I first became the president of the Spina di Rosula, she was all... I believe the story was called The True Heart of Darkness. Secret Tales of the Yellow Rose. To be fair, though, it was a really flattering feature. So, we've been on pretty good terms ever. She was trying to lean on our friendship to get me to do an exclusive piece on the serial disappearances case.
Oh yeah, she told us about that. She's always been super...
Anyway, I told her to make sure that when she writes about you guys entering the opera house with the critical...
Now that's another thing to look forward to.
Oh, and in other news, I also took Clorand out for a meet.
Oh, are you two on better terms?
While you were investigating Vaché's headquarters, Clorand gave testimony on my father's behalf. It was thanks to her that we were able to turn the tide. I wanted to thank her. I mean, there's also...
Oh, that's great. Paimon also thought Clorand wasn't actually a bad person.
Anyway, now that the case has finally been solved, perhaps it will slowly begin to fade from the public consciousness. Oh, actually, there's still one last thing I need to do.
What is it?
I should pay a visit to my father's grave and tell him the truth of what happened, as well as how it all ended. And on top of that, just how much people still look up to him to this day. That includes me, too.
Miss Navia.
Indeed.
We want to go too! We also think Callus is a really admirable person.
Sure thing. I'd like you two to share the moment with me. After all, without you, there might not have been such a positive ending.
And in that case, everyone, let's be off. Considering the recent weather, we'll be lucky if we can reach Poisson before dark.
Yeah, you're right. It's been raining non-stop for a few days now. This is where my father's grave is. To be perfectly honest, even I haven't been back here for a long time.
Huh? There's someone there already. Wait, that figure. It can't be. Isn't that Nervalette? Why would the Chief Justice be here? Huh? Navia?
My apologies. I should have asked before coming to pay my respects.
Don't say that.
Sorry about that.
Oh, I was trying to say there's no need for you to apologize. I wanted to show my father how much I've grown. But still, I doubt I've grown to the point that even the Chief Justice would feel compelled to apologize to me over and over.
In that case, I will stop apologizing for now.
You really could use some pointers on understanding human emotions, Monsieur Neuvillette. In any case, why did you come to Poisson?
Well, ever since that day, I've been turning a question over and over in my head. Just what is justice anyway? There was once a time when I didn't want to believe that there could be anything more important to humans than life itself. Oh, rather than that, it's probably more truthful to say I didn't believe humans were capable of resisting the most basic instinct of living things. That they could rebel against their own nature, or consider certain things to be more important than their own lives. Which is also why I didn't stop your father from beginning that fateful duel. I believed that a truly innocent man would never throw away his life like that. That there was nothing, should have been nothing more important than one's own continued survival. But Mr. Callis proved me utterly and decisively wrong. If not for his sacrifice, the serial disappearances case would have remained unsolved to this day. Mr. Callis made the choice he did for his daughter, for his associates, and for many people completely unrelated to him. And in the end, from a certain perspective, one could say that he did it all for the sake of justice. A justice that's higher than life itself. So, you asked me why I came here. I just wanted to say my apologies to Mr. Callis in person. I should have noticed all of this much sooner. This regret has filled me with a sadness that has haunted me for days. That high and mighty chair in the Opera Epiclese indeed insulates one from many important things. Spina di Rosula, thank you so much for your hard work and perseverance.
I'm sorry for being mad at you before. So, you're actually one of those types that's cold on the outside, but pretty thoughtful on the inside, huh? That reminds me of Silver, one of my guys.
Sorry about that. Self-expression is not one of my strong suits.
Didn't I just say you don't need to apologize?
Ah, so Navia and Neuvillette seem to have made their peace as well. Let's not disturb them for now. We can wait till after they're done. Paimon's never paid respects at someone's grave before. Did Paimon do anything rude there? Huh? Oh, Paimon didn't know that was a thing. But Paimon doesn't know what she would do if she can't fly. Oh no. Paimon hopes Miss Navia won't be too mad. Anyway, Neuvillette is still standing around there. It's not often that we can catch him alone like this, so why don't we go talk to him for a bit? Paimon's really sorry, Navia.
What are you saying, Paimon?
Well, aren't you not supposed to fly around so...
Huh?
Hey, traveler! Why did you mess with Paimon again?
Oh, it's you two. Did Miss Navia invite you to come pay your respects to her father?
Mm-hmm. We ran into Navia on the streets today, so we just followed her here.
I see, I see. Then is there something that I can help you with?
Well, it's pretty hard to run into you like this, since you're usually...
Please feel free. Though outsiders, you helped us solve one of the greatest mysteries in Fontaine, and it would...
So, at court, the bad guys referred to that special water...
Truthfully, that name is already quite accurate. I can only surmise that Vacher and his ilk only learned of its nature and existence after extensive research. There used to be a special sea on the surface of this planet. The nature of its seawater was rather different from that of the sea we know today. Most of Tevat's life forms were first born in that special sea. You could say it nurtured much of the...
Huh. So it really was where everything began.
But today, the primordial sea no longer exists on the planet's surface. What Vache discovered must have been some kind of special case, or a remnant.
Huh. So that's how it is. Oh, you really know everything, Monsieur Neuvillette. But if that's the...
Indeed. Why would the primordial sea, which was known to engender and nurture life, to be frank, that also doesn't match my understanding of this world. Is there anything else you'd like to ask me?
Alors, ensuite...
That the sea levels will rise and everyone will be dissolved in water, leaving Farina crying alone on her throne, but the sins of the people will be finally washed away for good. Does that appropriately summarize the version you've heard?
That's right! It was Linny that told us back then. And that about covers all the main points.
Yes, up to the present, I think we reached a point where we have no choice but to confront this prophecy directly. Rumors have it that this prophecy is rooted in the last words the former Hydro Archon left to the world before she passed away.
A prophecy? Of the former Hydro Archon?
2 parts of the prophecy have already proven correct. The rising sea levels, and the ability of the people of Fontaine to be dissolved. Speaking of the prophecy, Farina has also always taken it quite seriously. Indeed, she has been collecting if the rumors were true, and perhaps this prophecy is the conundrum left to Farina by her predecessor.
But with Farina being the way she is, can we really try?
Is there anything else you'd like to ask me about? My apologies. However, I still believe the judgment of the...
But you also said...
For many years, I have been quite aware that the Oratrice does not simply mechanically repeat the verdict that I give on each case. As a divinely created mechanism, the people's unified fate... Not only can it produce the incredible power of indemnitium, but it likely... Which is all to say, I have been prepared for a situation...
So when Linny told us that he heard a human voice from the room...
I was not aware such a thing had occurred. In any case, I am based on Farina's reaction, I doubt even she had any idea what was going on. While we do intend to get... If we did incorrectly convict...
If you ask Paimon, the only compensation...
Is there anything else you'd... Your sibling. Another blonde-haired traveler. I'm sorry, but I've never seen anyone who matches that description. If she ever stepped foot in Fontaine, I'm sure she followed our laws to the letter, and had no reason to appear on the stage of the opera Epiclese. Is there anything else? Very well. It was my honor to provide you with what answers I could. It will soon be time for me to leave this blissful tranquility behind.
You really are super busy, Monsieur Neuvillette. Paimon thought you only came here to pay your respects.
Crime and villainy do not have the day off, and so justice must work around the clock.
All right, you've... Huh? Paimon just noticed that the rain has stopped. You know, we've been walking around for a while now. Why don't we go back to the Spina di Rosula base in the court of Fontaine and have a rest? Navia said something about having a place ready for us there, didn't she? Come on, let's go!
Attends. Donc, on va passer par là. Ah, si. Ah, je peux pas passer. Clairement, bien sûr qu'on peut. Merde. And you fail. Oh. Ah bah désolé les oiseaux, vous faites pas. Ah ouais, en gros tu peux vraiment monter par là. On va essayer de récupérer notre petit hydro. Non, tu peux monter. Non. Ah, il peut pas. Oh, la vague. Je suis mort. Chier. Ah, ça va. Mhm. Non, pas. Hein? C'est space parce qu'il faut que j'aille en dessous. Ah, retourner à la base. D'accord. Hein. Vérifions. Ah, on peut pas y aller? Ah non. Ah voilà, c'est là.
Yep, here's the room, and it's empty and waiting for us as now that the series... Why don't we stay and rest up here for... Oh, come on! This place... Oh, fine, fine. Remember that detective story Paimon read before? Well, yippee! Then it's agreed. Come on, let's go... Paimon didn't expect that style at all. Even though it's a detective no! Paimon just spends a bit...
Excuse me, but do you know if the Traveler and Paimon...
Huh? Who are you? Paimon doesn't recall seeing you before.
A blonde traveler and a chatty little fairy. Phew, looks like I found the place. Good thing I asked the...
Hey, what do you mean by chatty? Paimon's always careful not to talk too much.
It's an honor to meet you both. I was sent from the Palais Mermonia. Monsieur Neuvillette wishes to see you. It seems he has something important to discuss in person.
Neuvillette? He wants to see us again already? Huh.
I am not privy to the details.
If you say so.
Now that I've delivered the message...
Thanks! We haven't left the room for a few days, so we'll head...
Dis donc.
Bet you can't keep up with me.
We're here! Did you want to see us about something? Huh? Why were you just...
Yes, I did send someone to fetch you. But as for what I'd like to discuss next...
Given that we've You should just tell us. Bet you need.
I do indeed have something I'd like to ask you to do. However, you should wait until after I tell you the detail. The situation is this.
Un peu plus tôt au palais.
If I'm understanding you correctly, the Snezhnayan Harbinger known as the Knave has essentially requested a diplomatic meeting with you, correct? I heard that she was originally from Fontaine, but for her to suddenly arrive here and abruptly request such a meeting like this, I sincerely advise you to refuse her invitation outright. I'm sure you're aware that her purpose is most likely related to Child's recent predicament. We convicted one of the Snezhnayan Harbingers in a court of law, but we have yet to provide any form of detailed report on the matter. This does indeed provide an opportunity. I believe we should adopt an evasive stance until we can provide a proper explanation and have a...
No, we shouldn't. I think we should agree.
Oh?
Well, you see, we are the ones that owe an explanation. If we keep putting... It's like a fight between two friends.
Though diplomatic relations between Fontaine and Snezhnaya could be considered as friendly, it is only superficially so. You wouldn't go so far as to say that our nations are friends, as you did in...
It was just an analogy.
Moreover, even if we were to talk in person, if we don't have sufficient information prepared, it is...
I don't think we should overthink those possibilities yet. Ahem. Even if the logic of the divine is not immediately apparent, its wisdom will only be revealed with time. Besides, you'll be at...
I must clarify that interacting and communicating, but more importantly, when did I agree to join the...
You mean you won't come? No, that won't do. I can't go to the meeting alone. You have to accompany...
Lady Farina, could there be something else regarding the...
No, not at all. Look, I am the Hydro Archon of Fontaine, Focalor, the god of justice who is loved and adored by many. So I only hope that justice will be served in this matter.
Though it could officially be considered a diplomatic conference, I prefer to see our meeting today as an ordinary tea party. I assume you see it the same way, Miss Farina? Lady Farina?
Yes, that's right. Just like you said, a tea party. I should thank you for providing the pace. To make this tea party even more lively, I've invited someone else to join us today.
It's a pleasure to meet you, Monsieur Neuvillette. I was born in Fontaine, so naturally, there's no need to introduce the nation's revered Yude.
Hello. The pleasure is also mine.
First, I would like to thank the two of you. I'm often away on business outside of Fontaine, and I'm told that the Oh, I'm not referring to when my children, Linny and Lynette, were falsely accused by you. The children of the House of the Hearth are often misunderstood, perhaps due to the reputation of the Fatui. There's no good. All I meant to say is that Fontaine has been stable in recent years. The people are well off and the children lead happy. That is something truly worth cherishing, and no one wishes to disrupt.
Now then, you have come regarding the matter of Child, correct?
Well, yes. It appears the ever-busy Udex Neuvillette doesn't wish to waste time with diplomatic pleasantry. Yes, as you surmised, understanding Child's situation is indeed one of the goals. As we are both diplomats from Snezhnaya, as well as Fatui Harbingers, Child and I have always been... Were anything to happen in Fontaine, each of us would serve as the other's attorney to resolve. So now, in my capacity as his attorney, I request that Child be turned over to Snezhnaya. We have a responsibility to cooperate with Fontaine.
The rules governing attorneys only apply before a trial has concluded.
An outright refusal. Very well. Okay, why don't we back up a step? You don't need to transfer Child to us.
I only request to enter the fortress of Meripede to see Child. It's not like you couldn't even manage to fulfill a simple request like that. Right, Miss Farina?
The fortress of Meripede has always been completely autonomous. Even we have no authority to interfere there. And diplomatic issues. However, if you absolutely must confirm the situation of the Harbinger, I have...
The knave showed up already? Well, Lenny did say that Father will be returning soon. We didn't even know that Lenny was from the House of the Hearth at the time. So we kinda overlooked—
Yes, thank you for your kind advice. I also noticed that Lady Farina acts a little odd and unnatural whenever I—
Could the knave be threatening Lady—
If that were the case, then why wouldn't Lady Farina inform me? And what me—
So maybe that's not very likely.
In reality, this problem is even more thorny than it appears. According to reports from the Fortress of Meripede, Child recently disappeared under— The details are still unclear. We cannot rule out special guards oversee the fortress, and it's in turn— I was only willing to share this—
So this is what you wanted to—
Yes. I would like you to go to the Fortress of Meripede. This was my proposal during our meeting with the knave. Rather than allowing her to intervene, I offered to send someone to find out about Child's situation and report back to— The knave did not seem satisfied by my proposal, but she still agreed to go along with it for the time being.
So that means we bought ourselves some time.
Firstly, you're already acquainted with Child. Your eyes may discern relevant details. And secondly, is the consideration of the—
Isn't it just Fontaine's prison?
I would not define it so crudely. The Fortress of Meripede is not affiliated with the court system. Early in Fontaine's history, the Fortress of Meripede may seem like a prison. All we do is dispatch guards. Although I do have a personal relationship with the—
Oh, Paimon gets it now. That's why you need—
Correct. I will arrange false charges against you so that you may secretly investigate inside the fortress during your detention. This will save us a lot of So, are you two willing to accept my proposal?
Yeah, no matter how you look at it, it seems we're the best choice. Alright, we hereby accept this difficult task.
You two have my sincere thanks. This matter is of critical importance to Fontaine's— We will rendezvous at the Fortress of Meripede's entrance on Erenius once you've prepared yourselves. I will arrange for someone to
Prepared ourselves?
Perhaps you could enjoy a good meal and have a nice bath. I'm afraid that living conditions inside the fortress are nothing.
Alright! Even though we'll be there on trumped up charges, on second thought, is it too late to back out?
Tu n'as même pas pensé au fait qu'on serait prisonnier?
Please do not worry. Since you are sacrificing both your time and quality of life, you will be compensated according to the highest standards permitted to legal staff, regardless of the outcome.
Now that's more like it! Come on, traveler, let's go eat the—
Are you leaving now? In that case, please take this cake as a token of my personal—
Bet you can't keep up with me! I won't let you down!
Paimon will have that, and that. Oh, and one of those too? No fontaine, thank you. That cake was pretty good. But as soon as Paimon remembered that we were about to go to prison, Paimon's stomach suddenly became completely empty. Now that Paimon thinks about it, we've always been super careful ever since we arrived in Fontaine. Just to avoid breaking any strange laws here. But here we are, about to willingly send ourselves off to the fortress of Meropide. Maybe this is what they call fate. Let's just try our best to investigate everything quickly once we get there. Paimon doesn't want to stay in prison too long.
Oh, what is that I hear? Is it the taste of a breaking story?
Hey! You can't hear a taste! And what are you doing here, Charlotte?
Oh, don't remind me. I invited an eyewitness to a case to eat here, and I was planning to get some great material out of him, but he didn't even show up. Calm down, calm down. This is nothing new. As a journalist, you should be used to this by now. And as long as you can score some juicy tidbits from the traveler, you might still be able to recover the cost of the meal.
You know we can still hear you, Charlotte.
Never mind. It's nothing. I just heard you mention the Fortress of Meropide. You didn't commit a crime, did you? Please tell me all about it.
No way! We would never! We're just going there to... Oh no, Paimon almost forgot that Neverlet told us to keep it a secret!
Huh? You're being arrested for that? Oh, but now that I think about it, I suppose that's not completely unreasonable. That's pretty despicable, almost as offensive as committing theft.
You mean Paimon really did something that serious? Sorry, Paimon really messed up.
Well, in that case, it's nothing particularly newsworthy after all. Oh, how disappointing. All right, there's still a chance. Since you're going to be at the Fortress of Meropide, would you be willing to help me gather some material for a story?
About that, Paimon doesn't think we'll have any time.
Oh, it's nothing difficult. All you have to do is think of a way to get some time face-to-face with the warden of the fortress. He was awarded the honorary title of Duke in Fontaine. Sounds really cool, huh? Only those who have made significant contributions to the nation have been conferred this title. It's incredibly rare. On top of that, the Fortress of Meropide has never been under the jurisdiction of the courts. Practically nobody, including journalists like me, knows anything about the person in charge there. Oh, if I could write an exclusive article about him, I bet it would sell a boatload of papers.
You make it sound easy, but it really depends.
Of course, I wouldn't ask you to do it for free, so this meal is on me.
All right, you got a deal. We'll do anything you want.
Then it's settled. The food should be here any second, right? Huh? Wait, just how much did you order?
Oh, Paimon's so full. Well, guess we have nothing to regret now, so let's get going.
Donc, on aille.
Wait. Paimon just said something really ominous, didn't she?
Bet you can't keep up with me!
All right, Neverlet, we're ready. Is this where the entrance is?
You have come, just as promised. Yes, this is the one and only entrance to the fortress of Meripede from Irenaeus. Careful. You may want to step back a bit.
Ooh, so you have to go down from here? Is the prison underwater?
Utilizing both the barrier of the water as well as the fear humans have of the depths, the fortress of Meripede is naturally the perfect place to confine and guard criminals. But do not worry. It is not nearly as frightening inside as you may think. You will see for yourselves once you are down there.
Paimon hopes you're right. Don't know about you, but just thinking about being at the bottom of the sea like that gives Paimon the heebie-jeebies.
Oh, and there's one more thing. I mentioned that I have had personal dealings with the administrator of the fortress, Writhsley. He's a very shrewd fellow.
Yeah, we heard about him too. He's that Duke, right?
Correct. He is the highest-ranking manager of the underwater prison. Even though you are going there to investigate at my behest, it would behoove you to avoid any confrontation with him or any of his subordinates. The Duke rarely ever leaves the fortress of Meripede, but that does not mean he is not privy to all that is happening inside and outside the fortress. He is quiet, but not unaware, so please bear that in mind. All right, that's about all the time that we have to talk privately. I'm counting on you two.
Don't worry, we won't let you down.
Good. Madeline!
I'm here, Monsieur Nervalet. These two are the newest convicts, I presume?
Like we would try.
Please follow me, you two. I'll process your
Alors. Attends, la quête elle est bloquée? Bah non. D'accord, bloqué la quête.
I won't let you down.
Are we already underwater now? Huh.
You two seem to be taking this pretty well. It's rare to see convicts in such a good mood.
Ok.
Monsieur Nervalet personally requested I escort these two convicts.
Well now, aren't you the lucky one?
Well, have you tried service with a smile?
Yeah, right. As if. And even if I did smile at them...
Oh, she's got a point.
Well, I've finished transferring you. You two will register.
Yep. Okay, let me see. You are the travel...
That would be us!
Let me confirm your charges and sentence. Eating a cake specially prepared for the Archon by a Snezhnayan envoy without the Archon's permission, thereby incapacitating the political...
Huh? Wait!
Just looking at the charges, it seems you two are capable of causing some And considering how fond Lady Furina is of sweets, this crime is tantamount to trying to assassinate the Hydro Archon herself.
Wow.
Now I've seen everything. Please stand in front
Tu
of the
voles un
board
gâteau,
over
t'as
there.
40 jours
I'll take your
d'amende.
mugshots with my camera.
Pour la redesse.
Oh, alright. But be sure to catch Paimon's good side.
Tu m'entends pour 45 jours à cause du gâteau volé pour la RDS. Super.
And we're done. Thank you for your cooperation. Next, someone will be along to guide you inside the fortress. Please be sure to cherish this opportunity for rebirth.
Huh? Rebirth? Isn't that a little much? We're only gonna be here for 45 days!
You two are the new inmates, right? Follow me.
Oh, okay! Paimon is Paimon and this is the Traveler!
Save it. Not like I'll remember your names. Move it.
So, are you one of the guards here? Is there anything we should be careful of while we're here? Did Paimon already ask something she wasn't supposed to?
Why should I tell you anything? What's in it for me? This is exactly why I can't stand you fish. I wouldn't even be doing this if it weren't for the credit coupons.
Credit coupons?
Alright, seeing as you're not the annoying kind that's getting dragged in here crying and blubbering, I guess I can tell you a few things. But next time, it'll cost you some coupons. Mora means nothing here. Here, we use credit coupons. Coupons can get you almost anything in the Fortress of Meripede. Desires? Fulfilled. You want power? No problem. Coupons can even change fate itself.
So, credit coupons are a currency that can only be used here?
It's not as simple as that. Like Moret said, everyone gets a chance at rebirth. No matter how much money or power you had before, it means nothing once you set foot inside the Fortress of Meripede. You have to start over and earn your coupons. Everyone starts from the same place, and you have a chance at a new, less terrible life. I guess that's the real purpose of the coupons. They symbolize true fairness and true justice. And this is also exactly why so many criminals choose not to return to the outside world, even after they've served their sentence.
Oh, so that's what the Fortress of Meripede is like. Huh. Paimon was under the impression that it'd be more like a prison.
It certainly ain't all sunshine and roses here, but it's also not the worst place to be. You'd better take a good look at the scenery now. It'll be the last chance you get for a while. After being away from the sunlight for so long, even the terrifying depths of the sea start to feel like home. It just stops feeling oppressive, you know? Oh, I'm actually an inmate like you two. Welcoming newcomers is a job I've picked up to earn some extra coupons.
Why aren't you answering us again?
I've told you enough for free. Any more info is gonna cost you.
So all you care about is Mora! Wait, no. Coupons?
Almost there. It's down through here. Your turn to give it a try.
Ah ouais, c'est là.
even deeper now? Just how deep down are we?
It's like a metaphor for your previous life, isn't it?
Our lives weren't that bad.
Merde. Merde, je fais l'idiot. Oh, putain.
Windblade!
So this is the actual entrance to the fort? Huh. It looks like there are other new arrivals, too. Oh, they sure don't look happy. Maybe we look too... Oh, right. If we're discovered, even Neuvillette might not be able to rescue us. Hey! Don't scare Paimon!
Look, I don't really know you, and I have no idea what kind of crime you committed, but... You wouldn't have...
Someone important?
Now's not the time to worry about that. Anyway, it's over there, so... You just go on over...
Ouais, en même temps, on a bouffé le gâteau de l'autre là.
What was that all about? Wait a second. Are there usually so many Gardermacks around here? They're already onto us?
Prisoners numbers 7459 and 7560. Welcome. Oh, no need to be anxious. These Gardamex aren't here to attack you. In fact, they're here as your honor guard. When I heard that you were friends of Monsieur Neuvillette, I had the Gardamex come and wait in formation.
Wait! You know about our connection?
The seafloor isn't as cut off from the world as you might imagine. However, and as you can see, committing a crime means being sentenced.
The Duke! Greetings, Your Grace! Love...
Oh, greetings, my good fellow. Well, I'm willing to imagine that the weather is as good outside the sea as you say it is.
My profuse apologies. I just got...
So this is the Duke. He sure looks alike.
The Traveler and Paimon, correct? Mr. Deacon here was responsible for your welcome. Outstanding. Well, Deacon, I recall we discussed fate during our last work meeting, I believe that fate will reward all those who take every aspect of their work and life serious. When you return to your bunk, you'll find the guards have issued some extra credit coupons to you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Your Grace. Oh, and you two. I can't believe you gave me such praise.
Well, I
Il
believe
était
that
gentil le boss,
concludes the
sinon je l'aurais bien
introductions.
emmerdé.
We've already taken enough time here.
Yes, Your Grace. I'll take my leave now.
Please, follow me. To make you feel more welcome, I'll show you around the very...
He's going to personally give us a cure? Huh. No wonder Charlotte's so interested in him. He's one of those mysterious types. Alright, look.
Il y a une zone de TP. Ah oui, quand même. T'as quand même une zone de TP ici. Hein. Ah non. Elle doit être en haut la zone de TP alors.
There's no need to be so reserved. The label of criminal is nothing but one of many identities. And being criminally inclined here at the fortress is just one of many ways to survive.
Is it really okay for the warden to think like that? We're real criminals, you know. What if we're too difficult to handle?
Well, then maybe you'll be able to carve out a name and a place for yourselves in this underwater world, But before you go in swinging, please remember that in the Fortress of Meripede, it's better to not cause trouble for yourself or for the guards. Now, we've arrived at a very important place, the Coupon Cafeteria. You can come here and claim one welfare meal each day.
Welfare meal? You mean it doesn't cost anything?
That's right. Criminals are essential to Fortress operations, so we must guarantee that they at least have the basic means to survive.
But that's not how it was. Back in the day, it cost you credit coupons just to get a cup of water here. For fish like you who just arrived with nothing, you'd have to go to work hungry until you earned enough coupons to eat. It was only after His Grace became the administrator that we got the free meal rule. Now everyone gets a square meal every day, even no-good slackers who've never picked up a wrench in their whole lives. Nobody starves to death here.
In the Fortress of Meripede, credit coupons are the only currency, and everything must be purchased. In some sense, you could say using the coupons is a form of trade. But trade is always conducted by people. So if we want trade here to prosper, we need everyone to work hard and live their lives. If nobody could even afford a meal, then the whole fortress would be up in arms. And that would only make things more difficult for me. So, rather than saying that we're giving everyone a free meal here, you should say that everyone's hard work has improved the living conditions in the Fortress of Meripede.
Your Grace's reasoning is correct, but what I said is also true. Whatever the case, hard work is rewarded here. You'd be hard-pressed to find anywhere else as fair and reasonable.
Right! Paimon sees your point. By that logic, this place doesn't seem so bad after all. Oh, wait, no. We shouldn't drop our guard so quickly. But it seems the inmates really respect the Duke because of his attitude, right? We should still try to verify the truth with our own eyes.
Let's continue this way.
Bon, et nous sur ce, on va se laisser là. Faudra que je trouve... Bon, déjà on va essayer de trouver un TP. Parce qu'il doit y avoir un TP ici. Mais on dirait que non. Et là, nous allons nous arrêter pour aujourd'hui. Je vous remercie d'avoir suivi ce grand live. On se dit alors à la prochaine. Quand... Je sais pas, j'ai pas encore dit... J'ai pas encore la date. Mais ça sera sûrement... ce week-end. À voir. Oui, je pense que ce sera ce week-end. Portez-vous bien. Et sur ce, bonne semaine. Ciao, ciao.